10:20, 14th, 3rd, 2022. Oh, and you're monitoring me. Look at that. Straight away. Right. 14th, 3rd, 2023. Really? MI5, MI6. Lies and lies. Targeting the program. The sun almost ended civilization. I don't care. Our souls. Our souls are being hacked. I mean, these are demons. Come on. These are the end of days. Okay, ultra based mind control. Brain interface. I mean, the whole same old, same old. This is deception. This just really desperately blocking and jamming all my internet. All my internet. Smart agenda, smart cities, and no, it's all to do with Club of Rain with the Rockefellers, the globalists all those years ago, before I was born. Really? Picked up on that subject, innit? UFO, the main man-made UFOs. But what really got people's attention was this subject. Reptilian. They drain us human souls. But I get this is on the other channel, so let me set up another link. Draining. You satanic demonic entities. You know exactly who you are. The souls are possessed. Solely possessed. And those that think they're just dreaming, you don't even know what it's like. This guy called Roy. This guy called Roy in England, in Bournemouth. Oh, he's only gone and uploaded Sunday night's live Zoom meeting. Oh, by the way, he is a member of the Rotary Club and he is a perpetrator and he is not trustworthy. And he lies and slandering other people. And he doesn't get his home ransacked. He doesn't get home invasions. He doesn't get what a lot of people are genuinely getting unlawfully because of their own. He's not in the target program. He's a Conde Pro infiltrator. He trolls Twitter, social media, just to get people. You don't suddenly get all these views on videos unless you're part of the system. He's not a target individual. He's paid to gather people's information. Sussed him out last week. So you're jamming my internet. Always jamming it. I can't speak too long because they're radiating me and giving me dental infection. Educate yourself. Know why they want mega burst data, why they want to use your brain. Why do you think they target people like myself and others? But it's quite interesting. It's a spiritual awakening. It won't be that long. I'll just go in there and see if I can use my wheelchair just to check my electric meter, just to get a rubbish bag out where I live. Oh yeah, and with a headset with a light on, because it will be almost a year this coming couple of days. when a certain company, its agents deliberately was employed to make sure they constantly do not repair my wheelchair correctly and to cause an accident, near death accident, and it's ongoing. Oh yeah. And that's just one of the things going on. Yeah. It's really empowering that other people I do more than I can do. So if Jesus Christ, the Lord Heavenly Father, you know, really wants his world to be torn apart, he's gonna do it. And if the earth is gonna be erupted and solar flares, tsunamis are gonna hit earth basing from now onwards, later tonight, tomorrow. You see, starseed light workers, you know, that bloody hacking into me, I know what it was, because when they drained me, I'm meant to be asleep, but it's not my sleep. I'm going to test on the path of my wheelchair, because I know they put faulty motor wheelchairs faulty on them again in December last year to make them become faulty again. I know they're doing all this deliberately. Oh, and then you get this housing company, Agents UK. Oh, really? Demands, demands, demands. You don't have any authority over me. You've always, you always demonic narcissist wanted me at my flat since I moved in. I've got all those names. I'm going to name and shame every one of you. Yeah, you see. They're promoting all this biomedical data, promoting all these new virtual reality headsets, saying you don't go nowhere. So the 2-year lockdowns pushing, right, imply, oh, use the internet for this, that, and the other. Contact Pro achieved via bypasses of, oh, so much going on. Brian Chew's got a really good video. I think it's worth sharing. I really do think, well, I mean, he's living out of his car at the moment in America, but I can't play it. I just want to see what he's on about. Yeah, Christians should make immediate plan to get their families out of America. Soon as possible. Martial law is not coming to America. It's well underway. Was about to happen. No, in a way in the UK. Think about this for a moment. There is a clear, terrible pattern line developing. Look at the recent timeline of each sequence of each terrorist act, mass shooting, etc. In the last year alone, this is America, by the way, there's claimed to be, he says, 100 mass shootings. Each mass shooting, terrorist act, etc., becomes a pattern for the next wave of action. I mean, you need to read up his bio, it's quite long winded. So in America, you've got the Bills of Rights. What about UK? He's put down a lot, he's typed up a lot. He's done a lot of research as well about many people. So you reptilian. Oh God. My gosh. Oh, emergency. Look, when somebody calls out somebody shape shifting live on a video, you know, you don't get up to almost a certain amount of subscribers without being part of the Freemason Club, you know. And he's been caught out shapeshifting. Somebody else I won't mention. It's not very funny, but demonic possessed. That's what they are. The hybrids. You don't get like 29k views in 6 days unless you're part of the club. And Masonic. Selling your soul out. Put yourself on camera. And don't forget there's clones. Oh yeah, I've got to get that up. Educateyourself.org. Cloning. Cloning. Don't believe Donald Marshall did a really good expose about this. Cloning station. Don't you think all this racket of wars is always money making? And don't you think you can prevent alien attacks, demon attacks? I'll screenshot this. Let's get my rubbish back out. Dr. Coleman was right. Committed 300. I think they could have blocked the video. Summer dreaming. Yeah, not great being poorly for 2 weeks in a row. I can't find it. So a committee of 300 were these people from old days. The old days. You know. Right. Right, so I'll share that for education purposes. Educateyourself.org. You'll find it there. Right. So much crunching up. Right, I have to put this on mobile data now. No, keep it on Wi-Fi. How can everybody device support points?
names are difficult to pronounce.
Okay, hold on to your seats, folks. We got a dynamite show for you again tonight. You're really gonna love this. Come on, let's go. Nothing to lose. Come on, let's go. Nothing to lose. Come on, let's go. Nothing to lose. Come on. Yeah, I was going to get that thing. It's quite warm actually for me now. Wow. Wow.
Hello, Empowered. Wow. Oh, wow, my. I've got to get into the last stream. Wow. What's the time now? It's about 11 p.m. Wow. I'm getting harassment when I was in company. And number 9, the perps. I've got that entry to their flat. There's 2 cars they wanted me to find in the hallway. In Rreally. And I'll get targeted for this shot. Number 9's perps as well. They don't get the harassment. 2 cards. I'll get the bloody harassment. Oh dear. And number 7, perps. I've got a couple of blokes in there, so they're breaking in my bloody flat when I'm asleep. Yeah, they're picking my lock when I'm asleep, getting in my flat. Yeah. The mind control technology, eh? They must be doing that. What on yesterday's recording. Anyway, let's go into this. Hello, Mo. I've not checked. I've got to check. I've got to check this book out. Thank you. Yes. Hello, Butch Top 2021. Not really. Not doing too great. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I just described you. Oh dear. That's interesting, the Lego. That's very, very interesting what you do there. Hi, Mo. Yeah, I had to get the rubbish bag out. Are you on the other channel, Empowered? Sorry. I'm streaming on both channels. What's your name? I'll just call you B. Hi, B. Because I can't spell. I'm tired. Let me just go into the channel to say hi to the poet. I've been poorly for 2 weeks. My lungs are playing up. Radiation. I assume. I don't be known to powers that be that I have not breached no lawful contract. And by the way, that's since 2009. Good you want to know about contract law, because I have already rebutted to the assumption presumption about my private life. Need a drink. So, we have perps at number 9. Definitely at number 7. Gas Argus, a home group limited company, is paid to have these perpetrators moved in around me. To terrorise me very demonically. Oh, and I'm meant to breach contract, am I? Well, what is it then? Since I moved in, Stuart Flat 2, I've known him since goodness knows how long, as a lorry driver, before I moved here. And what he did in his past. And he starts libel and slandering me since since I moved in. So as soon as I got run over, the end of the year, since I moved in here, set up that was, ended up in the wheelchair by 2010, and now I know he started slandering and lying and reporting the carers I used to have all those years ago. And really, I didn't know about gang stalking, narcissists, anything like that. So I'll turn that on. Oh, sounds. And then it's just clear, isn't it? It's just clear now. Well, to me now. So in January this year, bring it forward, what's it called? What do I remember? CLM Fireproofing Limited Company, head office in Kent. Their agents were only sent in my block, right next door to my bedroom wall. My wall is party wall to the hallway wall. And so that fire door, safety fire door in the hallway, was deliberately fake repair. Well, fake fireproofing. It didn't need to be done. Nothing wrong with it. They were hired to put it back on the wrong way round. Incorrectly do some woodwork on it and put it the wrong way round to make sure the hinges are the wrong way round. So anytime people open and closes it, it slams onto the wall, which affects my bedroom wall. This is all part of trying to push me out my flat. And so I've got pictures. Let me have a look at the pictures. Yeah, so they didn't even do the woodwork right. So they left all the wood is splitting around the door frame, and where it's splitting on facing the fire door as I come out my flat, all the wall plastering and the wood is splitting all around it. So I've got pictures of that. And then I've got a video of that too. I've got the cards dated 15th. I wonder if I can check my calendar. What day? Hello, you found me on this channel too. Great. Empowered. Oh, what am I doing? I meant to say hi. Okay. Right, let me just check my calendar a minute. Work out the dates on this. So February. Hold on, I'm getting bloody notifications are popping me up. They're hacking my phone. Oh, one of those, days. Well, 2 weeks away, a month. Well, Right, so that was a Wednesday, 22nd of February. Hold on. So, right, and the guy came back out again a week later on Wednesday, the 1st of March, 2023. That's a perp flat as well, number 9. So, why didn't this why they do? They want me to see those cards, and the way it's positioned was just up by the entry on the left hand side and hallways. I took the rubbish bag out, and so I'll see them, because the guy could easily, what they normally should do, this company, is to go up to the flat and put the card through the door, and logically that's what they're meant to do. So what's the point in leaving cards in the hallway above a meter box? Yeah, when the perps, they know the perps at number 9. It's psychological tactics. So So I've just got a couple of pictures of the cars as evidence. And then also fire and safety issue. We've got people smoking. They're all the perps are doing this deliberately because it's a fire safety thing. They're smoking, leaving fag ends underneath the communal hallway, under the stairs, and by the back door on the carpets. Okay, so I've got evidence of that. Oh. And then by number 7, they're doing this overnight. Right, now you've got the metal corner part of the which stabilizes the plaster of the wall by flat 7. And they deliberately didn't do their door frame properly in the first place to deteriorate the plastering by the perp at number 7. And they are gang stalkers. So it looks like that I've caught the wall with my wheelchair, which I haven't because I took my video myself of me getting through safely. Can't make it up. You can't make it up. So I was just out testing my wheelchair because they haven't repaired it properly. Yeah. So this is all bigger pictures, all linked together. Let's go back into the chat now. Yeah. No monitoring as well. No monitoring as well. No monitoring as well. I can hear the hacking into this network. What's going on with the weather now? Into this network.
It's a very beautiful moon tonight. That's not zoomed in or anything. So.
Oh, there's so much going on in the world, isn't there?
So just so you know, Greenwich time, yeah. So your mind when I show this to you. It's moving so fast, it's crazy. I'll show it to you on the NASA model here in just a second. But let's watch this for a second. And this is it right here. Give me all kinds of hard time today over that. But that's okay. It's legitimate criticism, and it was respectful. The pictures from he got some Aurora photography, the top rated. That's what they gauge it at. Now you can have a G5 storm, but what is it? That's that happened. I mean, we went straight to radiation storm, hung out here, and now we're back up in the storm level again. Now we are getting other solar weather, okay? So just understand that. We are getting some CMEs kind of giving us glancing blows, a coronal hole stream, those kinds of things, low level stuff. But this thing went off the backside at 6.75 million miles per hour.
Good God.
That means it's here in 13 hours.
That literally is tomorrow UK time. Okay, what that is reference to the sun plasma moving at 6.75 million miles per hour, which will reach Earth. Oh my God, spatialweather.com. Let's have a look. I'm not an expert in all this. So, sunspots, quite a few of them. Yep, tomorrow's date. A storm watch possible on March the 15th and 16th. That's tomorrow and the day after. Response to a number of incoming CMEs. NOAA forecasters believe that the 2 or 3 glancing blows are possible, individually weak but collectively effective. High altitude sky watchers should be alert for auroras. What else? Far-side sunspots. The source see me described below, which I don't make much of it. So the radiation impact. And then down below it says extremely rare CME. Something big just happened on the far side of the sun during the early hours of March the 13th. This is this year. On the graphs on the website. Recorded leaving faster than 3000, well, 3 and then 3 zeros, kms, whatever that means. Because of its extreme speed, the CME is classified as extremely rare. A fast moving occurs only once every decade or so. It shows the CME heading almost directly away from Earth. Good thing. Although the CME was not Earth directed, it has nevertheless touched our planet. See all these snow dots and streaks? It's got a picture below. Wow. Reaching Earth all from the CME backside, the images front, and it goes into details about that quite. Note the red areas. I'm looking at a picture. The regions. The shortwave radios won't work during the ionizing effect of in falling proportions. The PCA could persist for a day or more. You can monitor it, and it says where. The solar flares, alerts, SM text. Right. Space Weather Prediction Center. Doesn't say, well, it's .com. swpc.noaa, I'm not sure which, right. Well, there's a guy called Wayne's World. Easier just to go and watch what he's putting out in the moment. I'll leave that playing for a minute.
Most of the stuff I show you guys, 3 to 4 days before it's here. I'm telling you guys 13 hours and that thing is rocking us. Okay? So if this happens 2 weeks later, we are not having this conversation. I'm just being honest. Okay? There's no way for me to be 1,000% sure that would happen. You know what I mean? But I have to be real with you when we're talking about this kind of a thing, because I told you guys I would come out and tell you guys this right up off the bat if I thought that was what was going to happen. In this case, I sincerely think that if this would have been coming our way, we would not be having this conversation. I truly, and I want you guys to really grab a hold of that.
Our planet would be
because this right here is just a prime example of why we have to be ready for what we got coming. I tell you guys all the time, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's going to happen. Oh, yeah, I would imagine Ben's over there talking about it too. Yeah, for sure, 100%. I watched a little bit of this video from this morning, but I didn't really catch it all, and I was kind of scatterbrained this morning. But yeah, I would imagine he's probably saying pretty much the same thing as me. But check out the absorption here. Remember, when we see a flare, it almost looks like a bullseye, right? Well, these are our poles. So, yes, there's a lot of radiation, a lot of protons hanging around right now.
I'm feeling
And
that
I have to
radiation.
tell you guys, listen, again, this went the opposite direction of Earth. So people ask me, how does it get here? Well, it gets here magnetically, right? I'm gonna so oversimplify this that people that really know what I'm talking about here are going to probably think, man, why is he throwing it down like that? Well, because I want everybody to understand. It's as simple as magnetics, positive and negative. Okay? So when those protons fly off the sun, if they have the right magnetic polarity, they will connect with us. And we become one magnetic circuit at that point. And everything just flows right into our system. That's why we're seeing this. It's one of the reasons. I'm not saying anything else other than that, right? But notice, I mean, look at this. This is that's quite a few. That's it's pretty intense right here. I know that it's an S1 level storm, right? Very, very low level radiation storm. But again, this went off the backside. It just blows my mind. Every time I say that, it's like, what in the world? Now, I've talked to you guys before how we know that things, when they're kind of not directly off the backside, but kind of going at an angle off the backside, we've seen radiation storms like that before. I've shown you guys this earlier today. One in a 10-year event, right?
My head's feeling it.
Well, I'm almost stepping out of that at this point and telling you guys that this is a one in however many more years than that event. Okay? There was one back in, was it 2017? It might have been 2019. I can't really remember. But I think it was 17, if I'm correct. There was a huge flare that missed us by just a few hours, right? And they said that one probably most likely would have, been close to a Carrington level event type of thing. We dodged a bullet there, right? How many times can we dodge a bullet?
Not that many times.
It's really simple. It's as simple as that. And I ain't trying to scare nobody. So, first off, can you guys hear fear in my voice? There's absolutely no fear in my voice because I don't fear this stuff. I don't. And I would hope that you guys don't either. And I don't ever put it out here like this for this reason, right? So when I say things like what I'm saying right now, I am not, in fear at all. So always remember that. But something else I want to show you guys. Check this out. This is the total electron count, the TEC. This is one of the main data points that they look at for trying to incorporate earthquake forecasting with space weather, right? Love you back, Flamin'. Love you back, brother. Check this out. I mean, I haven't shown you guys this, and it looked like this before either. Well, I probably showed one close to this, but check out all the electrons that get flooded. See that? Okay, what time is that? You guys see this? That's at 23 UTC. It's not completely in the dark here because this is, UTC, obviously it's based out of England. That's where UTC time is, that time zone. So right now, 2300 hours UTC is where you're at right now. And this is where all the electrons are at. So it's not really like completely on the front side. But anyway, that's a lot of electrons, guys. And what does this do? Well, again, energy in means energy out. Has to, at some level. So we're going to start seeing quakes? My guess is yes. We're going to start seeing quakes. We're going to start seeing other things happening along with everything that we always talk about here, guys. Okay? Is it going to be catastrophic? Probably not. Okay? So just so you know, Oh, you got Greenwich time. Yeah. So are we buffering? Let me check. I don't think so. I ain't seeing anything buffer in there. Okay. So, but anyway, I want to show you guys this again, and we're going to look at stereo A too. Okay? Because stereo A, let's back. Why is that not? There we go. Okay. So, let's go here to the 13th day menacing. Thank you. So, this is the 13th stereo A. We're not going to be able to see it here. It didn't show us the data. Now, let me back it up another day. We might be able to catch some of it. That's the 12th. Now, again, guys, it's nothing huge. I mean, these are big ones of themselves. Okay, just so you guys understand that. Oh, and by the way, Ron has started a new channel. Okay, at least I believe he did. His other channel got kind of shut down. So, also, guys, I'm on Rumble now. In case you guys didn't know, if you guys would please go over there and subscribe over on Rumble. It's Wages World. Okay, I haven't posted any videos yet, but I plan on here in the next day or so. Okay, hey, Kevin, what's going on? But so, yeah, see this, guys. I mean, this is stereo A, and I get it, right? That's not really giving us all that kind of a good view. So let me go back here, and we'll just look at the CME itself. That happens, right here. And again, guys, 13,000 miles per hour. I mean, wow. It just blows my mind every time I say that. It just, wow. That's all I can say. But yeah, so let me see if I can't grab this. I need to show you guys those aurora pictures too. And I wish I'd have done that before I got online. Chris, thank you for reminding me, and thank you for the awesome job there. I mean, that was just, they're stunning. And I'm going to show them because they deserve to be shown. And Chris needs a lot of credit for these. These things are awesome, just so you guys understand that. So let me go back here, go to the gallery. I'm not sure if we're going to pull these up or not. Maybe they're in my Google photo. Let me look here. Now, shoot. Guys, I'll tell you what, I'll post another video later on. I probably won't be a live stream, but it'll just be a posted video, and I'll show you guys Chris's pics. And I'll try to upload one now, but it usually takes a minute because of my phone. Yeah. So let's do that one and that one. We're going to share that to, let's share it to Dropbox. Let's see what we get here, right? Here, put them there. We'll do it that way. Okay. Well, maybe we will see them. We'll see. Hold on. I don't know if we're going to see them or not, but we're going to try to find out here. Goodness. Okay, so I want to show you guys this. I mean, this is really what I want to show you because go into there. Okay, anyway. So if we go over here to SDO, let's check out SDO. Check this out. Look what just happened a few minutes ago. Watch the overall sun. You're going to see it get blurry. Watch this. See that? I know it's hard. It's a little hard to see. But let me just take it back this way, and I'll push play. So what we're seeing there, guys, watch what happens here. You'll see it kind of like fuzz out just a little bit right at the end. Right about there. You see that little blink? Most people don't catch that, okay? And there's a good reason for it because it's hard to catch, right? What that is the sun blew another flare somewhere. I think it's on the backside again. But it just happened. So I don't know how big that one is or whatever. So is this a CME or a solar flare? Christina, that's a great question. This is probably both. Okay? We can't see the flare. It was on the backside. Okay? All we can see is the plasma rushing out around it. that would be the CME part. So unless it was a huge filament, most likely, probably not. There's probably a flare, okay? Usually with these big, huge ones, I mean, it's an eruptive flare in a CME right after, or sometimes at the same time. So anyway, that's, yeah. Hey, BK, what's up, brother? Good to see you, bud. So either way, guys, I mean, this is a big deal, okay? It really, truly is, because I really didn't expect to have to report this, just to be honest. Let's see here. Let's see. Those come quicker than the CMEs, right? Yes, Christina. The flare part is X-ray, so it's traveling at the speed of light. Okay, they're here in about 8 minutes. X-ray from the solar flares. Now, again, that's why this is such a big deal. The CME part, the plasma part of this, is moving at 6.75 million miles per hour. It gets here in 13 hours. I've told you guys this since the beginning of my channel, that if I ever had to give you guys a warning on something that might be giving this grid down, you're not going to get much of a warning, if any at all. Okay, and this is what I'm talking about. This right here shows you guys, hey, pay attention, because, you know, I'd have 13 hours if I seen it right when it happened, which I most likely would. And I would probably be able to get on here and tell you guys. But here's the other thing, guys. We got a radiation storm from the backside, right? If the thing was coming right at us, do you guys understand how much more radiation we would be getting hit with? We would not be seeing level 1 radiation storms. Okay? This view here on LASCO C3 would be completely whited out with all these white specks. It would look like an old-fashioned TV, black and white TV, where, you know, when any of us that are kind of old like myself, you know, go over and turn the rotor button so Grandpa don't have to yell at you to get the TV station tuned in right? So, you know, hey, let's sing the national anthem, and then the channel goes down for the night, right? Then what do you see? A bunch of snow. That's exactly what this would look like. And I've shown you guys those before because it's happened, right? But this is, guys, this is something else I want to talk about. My brother Tommy. You guys know Tommy Scoville. Please go over and check out the lifeboat. Yes, I'm going to plug that real quick because it is important. All right? Tommy is doing an awesome job over there. He's doing some really great work. And I'm telling you guys are struggling with addiction. Or if you guys, anybody that is, if you have family members, or if you just want to learn about that, go over to the lifeboat, please. Okay? So anyway, he's had a bad headache. He gets them from time to time, but not very often from what I understand. I've had a headache for 3 days. I don't get headaches, guys. I don't even talk about it. Hey, Lady Spellberg, good to see you. So, yeah, this stuff affects us, guys. We're biological beings. Okay? So we have to understand that this stuff is affecting us. The sun affects us more than any other thing in your life. I've been hearing so many things about headaches right now, all over the place, before this even hit the news, right? So this is another point we can all go back to. Hey, Cultivate, good to see you. Hey, Stephanie, good to see you. Yeah, for me too, Stephanie. So yeah, guys. I mean, that's what's happening, right? Oh, and I got invited to speak at a webinar this coming week. After Paul Begley asked me to speak at one of his webinars this week, so that's going to be coming. Okay, guys. That'll be. I think the webinar itself is coming out on the 24th, but I think I'll be doing it before then, and then it'll get put out. I'll let you guys know. I'm going to be talking about the sun. That's what we'll be doing. Okay. So yeah, so please check that out. It's awesome. I feel very, very honored that I got invited to even speak. I didn't, I don't have any secondary education on any of this stuff, guys. This is just something that I have a passion for, and I feel very honored that somebody would, Pastor Paul Baker would even ask me to come over and give him my opinion on what's going on, and to you guys. So that's coming. So I'm pretty excited about being able to share. I've never been asked to do anything like that. I'm really taken aback a little bit, but just to be honest. So yeah, so that's coming. But anyway, as you guys got this, guys, here you go. Fibromyalgia in your ears. Wow. So anyway, guys, yeah. But let's see here. Guys, I'm not gonna be able to show you that. And this makes me sick. I wish I could show this to you. Let me see if I can't do a workaround here, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I apologize. Guys, I'm just trying to get back on the horse here. I really don't want this thing to be that long anyway, and here I am doing what I'm doing. Right? Come on, Mark. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Oh, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Alright, so let me just do it this way then. I'm going to do a window capture. Just going to do this. Oh. Nope. Yeah, either. Wow. Huh. I don't know why it's doing that to me. Let me let's get this back up here. Maybe it'll give me an option now. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be wasting your time here. I'm truly trying not to do that to you guys. Oh, goodness. Wish I could just show it to you on Are you serious, man? Wow. I can't believe this thing. Whatever. I'm about to give up on that part of it, guys. I'll show it to you guys tomorrow. But I was just going to show you the CME, right? But anyway, guys, if you guys want to know, guys, you can go just simply Google. Let's do this. We'll do this real quick. Let's do it this way. Let's see where we are. There it is. Okay. So, oops. Let's see here. Kilometers per second, 2 miles per hour. See this right here? You guys see that, right? Yeah, you do. Okay. It's a converter. So all you gotta do is enter the kilometers per hour, per second, and it's what? 3,000, right? Look at that. 6,710,809 million miles per hour. You divide that by 93, which is how many million miles we're away from the sun. What's that get you? 13 hours. No, you're not stupid. Don't ever say that, GG. Nobody's stupid here, okay? I ain't gonna let you say that. You're too smart to be saying that. Just so everybody understands, nobody's stupid here, okay? Yep, you're right. We can disagree with people and be respectful all at the same time. I haven't even been watching the chat, just so you guys know. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I don't even know what's being said. I really don't. I haven't even paying attention to it much. I just wanted to say hi to you guys. But anyway, so let's I wanted to show you that. Now let me show you guys these other eruptions because check out what's happening right now anyway. See that? That was a big one. That wasn't the big one, though. Right? We can barely see it because it's on the backside. That's why this is such an amazing thing to me, because we can't even see the stupid thing, and it gave us a radiation storm that was substantial. You guys see that eruption there? That was a big one, too. Now, luckily, these things are kind of moving out to the north, right? If this thing was coming right at us, but we are going to be catching some of these, okay, just so you know. I'll be giving you guys a full update tomorrow, too. And again, these things are going to get shorter and shorter a little bit, guys, okay? They will, I promise you that. I'm getting back into my rhythm here. I will be showing Chris's Aurora pictures later on, too. They're so awesome. I mean, I was taking them back. But anyway, here's Earth. This is another CME. We got 2 more coming at us. They're going to be glancing blows. What can we expect with these? G1, maybe G2 storm. Okay? That's what they're saying here. And we'll have to keep an eye on this. Now, I want to, again, guys, total electron count. Look at this. It just amazes me. Okay? And I know that we've seen it like that before, but man, this thing was on the backside. I know I keep saying that, but I'm going to show you guys this too. This is the sun cycle. This is the monthly numbers. Notice how we're above. We're above last sun cycle. And we were actually supposed to have a less active sun cycle. Probably not menacing. I can't, again, I mean, that's all everybody's opinion on that. I'm just going to stick with the data for now. What I can say and what I can say for sure. Outside of that, I can't really speak to that because, I just can't. There's nothing there it would just be my opinion, is what I'm saying. I want to give you guys something that's backed with some data here. That's why I'm doing this. But anyway, there's the sunspot numbers, right? Notice how we're mimicking last sun cycle as far as up and down, as far as the cycle goes. You're going to see this kind of mirrored. But what I'm talking about here is, you notice how this one was at what's that say, 139 at its peak. This is at 143, I believe. Yeah. And that's not even the highest peak. We still got you get 2 peaks. There's basically a sun cycle inside the sun cycle. There's all kinds of different stuff like that. But this is just simply the sunspot numbers. So if I go down here, look at the flux. Okay, this is actually what is going to show you what's actually coming off the sun as far as energy. This is radio flux progression. We've completely blasted last sun cycle out the water already. I mean, that's pretty high for what we were expecting. So just understand that. Now, we talk about 1859, right? The rate of the Carrington event, right? Well, we can go back here and take a look at it. Okay, let's just do that. You want to do that real quick with me? 1859. What did that sun cycle look like? You guys ever done this? I'd like to know if anybody else here has done this yet. I would be very, very curious to see if anybody else has done this yet, because I think it's cool that if you haven't, please go do this, okay? As a matter of fact, I'm going to put this link in the chat, okay? So there you go. There's the link to NOAA. Now, guys, you guys go over here to NOAA Space Weather Prediction Center. All you got to do is scroll down. You see all this? Those are all the tools that I used to show you guys. There's a few that's not there, but you'll essentially be able to get to everything I'm showing you. And that's always been the goal of my channel, is to show you guys how to look at the stuff for yourself, have a basic understanding of what's going on. That's it. And that's what I hope I'm, portraying that out to you guys, that's what we should, that's what I'm trying to do. So anyway, 1859. Okay, let's just bring that in a little bit more. Okay. That's the sunspot number progression. 150. I don't know what the heck I did there, but I did something wrong. Okay. That doesn't look like it's going to let me go back that far on the radio flux. But this is, you guys can see the sun cycles here. And I'll tell you what, let's just open that up like that. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. So if I bring it back to 1859, it's 1858, there's 1859. Look, notice that that is not at a humongously active sun cycle, right? Did you know this, that we will, if it's ever going to be like a grid down type of thing, we have a better chance of that happening during a lower sun cycle. Okay? As far as catastrophic stuff. We can't defend ourselves as easy when we're not having all this geoelectric energy, geomagnetic energy to help our magnetic field displace it and bounce it off, right? Deflect it, essentially. And I showed you guys that in the other video the other day. And, where I was trying to help you guys understand that, it's a three-dimensional thing that we're trying to show people. But we were forced to use two-dimensional models like this, right? So I found a really good example of one. And remember what happened right here in the middle? We got hit, and we reacted before it even got here. So we were kind of shooting out towards it, and it peeled off like an onion on both directions. And you can see it kind of come back around and come towards the backside like that. Okay, remember, this is two-dimensional. If you can kind of picture that three-dimensionally, these ain't just straight lines. I mean, this is like we're basically sitting in the middle of a donut cut in half when we're talking about our magnetic field protecting us. Okay? That's what we're talking about here. That's really what it looks like. Tam at the Scope does a really good thing. She actually uses a slinky. You can kind of picture that, and she wraps it around a ball, and you get a really good visual of what that actually is. That's really what our magnetic field, or magnetopause, is doing for us. So go check her out too, Tam at the Scope. Check everybody out, guys. Everybody. Please check everybody out. Don't just listen to me. Don't just listen to whoever. Don't just listen to who, there, and everywhere. Listen to everybody. And know, just like earlier, Gigi, you're not stupid. You're smart. Everybody's smart enough to understand this at a basic level. I promise. If I can, I promise you can.
Oh.
I get a lot of things wrong. But people would correct me respectfully, and I took that criticism.
Yeah.
And I got better. And you guys can too, I promise. So don't ever think.
Because your chargers don't really work. Can't see what I'm doing. Right, just had to check something. Let's get back into the chart because I want to do it. Oh my goodness me, the radio me. You're back. What's the time? It's 20 past 9. You're back. What's the time? It's 20 past 9. You're back. What's the time? It's 20 past 9. You're back. They're hacking me. They're hacking me. Wow. They are really, really going to. Okay. So the Earth is going to affect by the CMEs. Thank you, Butt Chop 2021. Hello, how are you? Empowered blessings to you. How are you getting on, you too? Are you not doing too great? Mo, bless you. It's 5 to 12 p.m. UK time. Yeah, I know. I had to go and do something. But I'm back here now. And my spine is killing me. Oh, they're radiating me a lot. My glands. Must be going to bed now, Empowered, haven't you? I don't sleep well at all. We have perpetrators. Some men. Is that? Let me just refresh this. In flat 7. I've got to sort my teeth out. I've got really bad dental problems in my teeth. And they're radiating my head. Right. My new tab. There we go. Right. So, apart from the sun trying to cause problems of the earth, yeah. My jamming of network is still going on. So, as I screen share this book again, Salam sister, I'm praying. Oh, wow, I missed you. Oh, Matt, is that you, Matt? Oh, where are you? I missed it. Where are you? I can't highlight you. Where are you? Oh, gosh. Let's have a look. Let's get into the channel. Bear with us. I'm going to say hello. Times we're living in now. Yes, it was. Hello, blessings to you, Matt. When you popped in, Salam, sister. I'm praying for a Federal Reserve's dollar collapse and for a June disaster in calamity, I can't pronounce the word, to fall upon the world because they have not repented. Oh, wow. Blessings, Matt. Matthew in America. Wow. It's all happening, isn't it? It's all like biblical. All this is biblical. I know personal stuff I'm going through, but this is so biblical. Oh, it is. So, if nobody knows, you can get me on the backup channel. Wow, Matthew. I can't highlight you. They're hacking my computer. Wow, I'll screen share this anyway. Wow. You're feeling like I am. Yeah? Many of us. I wish I want teeth out. Sea salt. So, go and check out Matthew. He's a street preacher in Christ in America. And just commenting on my channel. MK Ultra. This one. MK Ultra Mind Control. Do you know, England was based on common law, but when you uncover the true origins of so much subjects I can't cover it all. But wow. And go and check out Mo Smith's channel. He's got some excellent, I'm going to show you this channel first. So I'm popped in. I want to see what the Lego is. I won't play it, but it looks really interesting. This one. Interesting. Very interesting. And about section. I am book shop from book chocolates. At times you're held against your will by what? You've left that out description. Let's have a look. I am butcher against my will by faceless government and corrupt entities. I got you. Who forced me to create subpar Lego content. Oh my gosh. I am a FOL who enjoys building MOCSs, playing with and collecting Lego. The channel was dedicated to videos I made pre-training to the hobby of collecting and building and playing with Tony Tanks. I remember the old videos are of layouts I built of the opening new trains, new scene and track pieces. Either way, it's just for fun and to share the joy of the hobby with others. Okay. Wow, you've had a lot of years since you joined you on YouTube. Do you mind me having a look at your channel? Oh, very talented. Just put my volume up. That's very good. You're building these things.
Gift for you. Merry Christmas. This is your Secret Santa.
Very, very good. That's interesting. Right, we'll go back out of that. Okay, that's interesting. Right, go back out. Okay, we'll click out your channel. We'll go to Mo Smith's channel now. Check out my moderator's channel. Yeah, there's a lot of people doing things about the sun as well. But anyway, at the moment, I think it's important to check out Mo Smith's channel. So, you got a good playlist still. DNA 7, created DNA. Can't play it, I can only just share it. Reptilian hybrid. Shape shifting. Yeah, let me just check to see if I'm subscribed to the channels. There I am. Reptilian shape shifting viper tongues. So if there's any sort of updates. A year ago. They use a hologram of the unstable hologram. Mayor of London. That's not GCI. This is what he's done to break it down. Oh my gosh. Look at the technology they use. It's deception, isn't it? And I like the logo at the bottom. They Live, the movie. You need to check it out. It makes you sick when you watch it. I know what I'm looking at, but others might not know. The hierarchy, Orty at the top of the Illuminati, Knights Malta and etc. Alistair Crowley, the top overlords. You can see they use GCI on this. And my lab's programs a military operation, and is not alien. You're not adopted by aliens. That's a myth. It's military black operations with the underground military bases, and they do have technology, advancement technology. You can just go and research Stargate and all these futuristic movies. They always telling the public what's going on. But anyway, I don't know if he is Mayor of London anymore, but there you go. Oh, it's like seeing through a robot's eyes. Okay, so this is the channel to go and watch it on. I need to get some rest somehow, because they just always attack. It's demonic attacks. Okay, so this is the channel. I'm gonna watch something of this time of night now into Wednesday. There you go. Yeah. Get prayed up. Okay. So Committee of 300, do you want to investigate all this if you're interested? The Committee of 300. It's really, really interesting by John Coleman. There is a video on this website somewhere, but I can't find it right now. So I'll stop sharing and I'll go into my channel. So I'll just keep it like that for now. And I'm going to rest.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Dobbs here. It's the 14th of March, 2023. And the big sighting that I said you were going to see has come in. You've watched, you're just seeing Merapi volcano going off in Indonesia, big pyroclastic flows coming down the side. You come up to the earthquakes that have just occurred very recently. That was on the 4th of March, the New Zealand earthquake, 6.9. I said to you, you're going to start seeing You know, we've just had one flyby. We just had, you know, which flyby did we have before? We had, well, we saw that one. We saw this big object eclipsing the sun around about the, where was it? It was around about this, that was posted by World of Signs on the 24th of November. So it was around about that time, probably about the 22nd, 23rd, 24th. And then we had that sign that we had that over exactly when I said our classic January, the 20th kind of like a sighting that I said you'd see coming in. People trying to tell you it's an atmospheric body, and it's just simply not, I'm afraid. And I'm going to try and explain that, why that, this, not the same object, it's a pair, and why they do this, and what. Let's think about this. Let's think about this shot and what we're actually seeing there. So before we go any further, let's just come now to the 22nd of Feb 2023. So this was posted also by World of Signs. I'm saying look out for it, exactly the same thing. It's very small, it's just beginning to come into view. Now remember that when you see the moon and in the daylight sky, the sun has got to be pretty much on the far side of your field of view. So you're going to most likely see the moon up in the sky as we're getting closer to the full moon stage, as in the moon's on the far side of the sun, far side of the earth to the sun. And so it starts coming into view. And this is no different. You will not see something that's close to the sun, that's out in space, and that is out in space. And the fact I can predict it so accurately over and over and over and over and over again, very, very precisely, very accurately like this, tells you what you're expecting to see. So let's just remind ourselves. Let's go back to my original model, not the original model, but the model I produced in 2020, but runs up to July this year. And so we come back to where I'm saying this object's coming around. Let's, you know, like I said, these aren't utterly precise. The ratios aren't correct. This was to try and get it all onto a single kind of like to bring it all into kind of get an idea of the overall total movement of the pair Kerberos and Charon, which are both named after the moons Pluto, because, you know, in this current cycle, we call this, well, don't call this Pluto, but this was when Pluto arrived in supposedly 1930. All of this same subject was going on. All the long duration volcanoes were happening right up to 1939, where we went up to, you know, things went off in 44, and La Palma went off in 49. Carlos Barada's big prediction of the massive earthquake that would occur that occurred on the 20th of January, 1939. You know, we've got the pattern of these things. It's exactly 84 years ago. But all that was going on, the exact orbital period of Uranus. So we see this 84 years. We know that, you know, Neptune is 2 times 84 in its orbital duration. Pluto is 3 times 84. You know, there's 84 years between Neptune and Pluto. We see these kind of grand cycles coming in since it all really, since this whole system really arrived. What you could call the Jupiter system, the Pluto system, whatever you want to call it, the big system that actually arrived that gives us these patterns, and has been giving these patterns for the last 400 years because of a very peculiar orbital arrangement. And we can see by being able to predict the patterns, and for me to be able to predict this latest flyby, you can see I'm saying this. The angle of these coming into the sun, as I always talk about in these videos, you know, when the Pluto system was above us, cutting down to cross the ecliptic, or we're actually cutting up to cross the ecliptic. objects were coming down from this system, being drawn into the sun and coming right around, going back up. For the last kind of 4 or 5 years, they've been all level, so they've been coming across and coming round and going back out, but they've been coming on the same ecliptic, which is why we've been having the long durations. And now all that is reversing. And now, as we are now coming round here, we are cutting up through the system. So for the first time, objects are having to come up to us. So they're coming round, and if you like, coming up to us here, which is why I set it at this ecliptic, and I've kept it at this ecliptic all the way through, because just to build this animation, like I say, but is massively complicated. But if you can imagine, as this object comes around here now, and is going to cross, I've got it, you know, coming in like that. It has to cut across the front of the sun pretty much, and it's going to go in between us here, and it's going to come out in the July period. So in this phase here, this is ballpark arrangement. So it's ballpark arrangements. But you can imagine that you're going to see this coming up in the southern aspect of. You're only going to see it when your point of view of it is going to be when it's, from our perspective, furthest away from the sun. Where we can see it like we can see the moon. So let's go back now to that shot. Now you can understand it's coming up from the south, and at this point here, there's going to be a point where it's going to enter into our night sky, and so we're going to see white orbs in the night sky. Notice that, look where Earth is as we go back. Now, as we just go back here, look what's right next to Earth at this point here as well. Mars is in this picture as well. So we should be able to get some corroborating evidence of the big red one and the big Jupiter, the big red one, the big blue Jupiter one, and the flybys. We should be able to see something, you know, from Mars, because Mars is very close into this picture, and then we should be able to see this object at sunset or sunrise, or if it's deep down in the southern aspect of our globe, then we should be able to see it down here as it's coming round from Earth's perspective. We should be able to see that in the southern aspect, as long as it stays far enough away from the sun. So, and then as it comes round here, as it comes round and cuts across our path, and it gets bigger and bigger as it cuts across our path, it's going to disappear out of view. You won't be able to see that. You know, it might be affecting us, but that, if you can't see the moon and it's right there, you're hoping, hell, have you got a chance of seeing that thing? It's going to be when the photons from the sun hit our atmosphere, they hit O2, and they turn O2 into O and O, and that O and O immediately oxidizes anything in the vicinity. You know, O2 is it's the highest oxidant. It's two O's. I'll just oxidize anything, and O on its own will even oxidize O2 and produce O3, ozone. And that massive formation of ozone, because of photons hitting our atmosphere, creates a light unto itself beyond the sunlight hitting and reflecting, that doesn't interact with the atmosphere at all and literally bounces off and reflects out. I'm talking about the light that hits our atmosphere and causes a reaction, a chemical reaction within our atmosphere, and which is the formation of ozone, and which is also the formation of this plasmoid effect, where the atmosphere, the upper atmosphere of our Earth lights up like a neon light. We can't see through that glare. We just can't see through that glare. So we get these window of this massive object and only aspects of it as it comes in, but it's predictable. And I've done this over and over and over and over again. Do you remember when I turned up on the 17th of August 2017 in America after the massive flyby that I predicted in, what was it? It was the beginning of 2017. It was, so I turned up in America for that flyby and saying this is going to turn, and as I touched down, this big flyby comes across, and you have the ESO, the European Southern Observatory, saying that, you know, a massive electron burst had hit the planet, and this meant that 230 million light years away, literally, what they said, two neutron stars that collided, and it proved that electromagnetic rays traveled as fast as light rays, and they've changed the shape of the universe. And yet there it was. I'd said you're going to see it. Steve Olson had put a massive conference, who I spoke to recently. I didn't speak to him, but I had a little communication with him, and he's doing well. He's in a good space. He's looking after he's putting a lot of time looking after his son at the moment, Matthew, and he's in a great space. I'd just tell you, you know what I mean? Steve's all right. Steve's all right. We love him dearly. Miss him like fuck, but yeah. But anyway, you know, the flyby that obviously put me on the map was that one. Same thing, and people saying, "Oh, it's a lenticular cloud," like they're saying with this latest flyby. Oh, that's what it is. It's a lenticular. But you just saw the whole thing flying across, and people just filming it. And it was on the day of Trump's inauguration. It was a spectacular flyby that put me on the map, and there it is. And do you remember that? Remember the one after? Because what's happening is after this point, it drops back one calendar month each year. So we go to 2018. Go after that. Do you remember that shot from Relentless Maverick catching it there? And it's been copied so many times. I can't remember the name of that. The video maker who put that up there, but you might be able to recognise that. We might be able to get a better copy of that. But you know, they were epic. But that big one that Steve Olson posted, which was that one. You know, because it's dropped back one calendar month, if you like. You know, if we go back to 2011, we're going to explore that photo. We're going to come to that. We come back to 2011. They are syncing up again. We come round to 2012 at the same time, and now they've dropped back one calendar month, and we come back another year, and now they see how they're dropping back, and it's not going to be till 2023 that they're all coming synced up again, because they're dropping back one calendar month each year. And we can see this because of all the volcanic and earthquake activity we've had going right back to 1902, when, well, I mean, okay.
I was checking the audio then after school. Okay, they're jamming my internet. Okay. What you have now on is meant to be natural sleep, but it may not be. It cut me off, it's not me. Wednesday, 15th, 2023. Unlawful not being here in the 4th century mark private toilet. Hopefully this thing charges up. Oh, I didn't hear you, Mo. Well, didn't hear you. What I'm saying, didn't hear you. Didn't see you. Can't read the chat. Dental infection. Can't read the chat. Yeah, I'm here. Hi, you're welcome. Bye. Back in a minute doing things. Yeah, you carry on now, Mo. Thank you for popping in. I'm going to try and get some sleep. Teeth are playing up. Oh, getting radiated in my bloody ears. I can't even spell now. Oh, a link. Okay, what's the link? I didn't even spell what I put just now, right? Oh, empowered, you're back again. Oh, my head is killing me. My ears are being radiated. Oh, they're killing me softly. Not softly, but you know what I mean. I am. Oh, I can't read now. My head is killing me. I'll have a link for you. I'm going to post it before you go back to bed. Ow, I'm in bed already. You can. Ow, my head. They're radiating me. Excuse me a minute. Ouch. You can. Oh, the radiation's really bad. Good gosh. I'm trying to read. Back to it. You can play it since. Ouch. Play it what? Since people are popping in. Yeah, that they may or may not stop jamming. Bloody hell, I'm getting radiated back on my head. Oh, excuse us a minute. Okay. Oh, you did, Empowered. Oh, look, I've got to come down there. Have a spare room. Oh, that's wonderful for you. Wales. You were saying you wanted to do something like that, didn't you? Oh, that's really good news. Hey, don't be near my sister's place. She's in Ampsworth or something like that in Wales. Okay, Mo. You're moving next week. Oh, wow. Oh, hey, just pat me in your bloody boot and take me with you. Oh, get away from all this crap. Oh, do you have to share? Ah, the radiator in my head, excuse me. Oh, gosh. All right, okay, I'll have a look at that. Ah, my head. You mean there's soft? Ouch. Bloody hell. Oh, they're going to town right now. Bear with me. Oh, I'm drinking tonic water to stop this bloody radiation. Oh my goodness me, it's really strong. Oh, it's setting my bloody teeth off, isn't it? Oh my gosh. Being tortured here. It's so demonic. Okay. Oh, try and read your comment. Bear with me. Wow. You mean they're soft? You mean it's soft? Kill, not killing you. Yeah, that's what I mean, you know. Oh gosh. Well, it's not soft kill, it's painful with the radiation affects the technology. I am awake. And what about taking some of the... Yes! Back in the... Got to do this. Too late. I haven't done this in a long time. The material I've got don't help. I paid for this material. I've got a hat that I usually put it in. Oh, get you right at the back. When I did this before, they got through this material. Not material. Material doesn't do anything. I don't know how they're bloody. When they hit the feet, you know, with the technology and the legs on top. You know, I don't know if they've got foot fetish sticking out. But anyway, thank you, Mo, for that. It's a long time since I've done this. Because I bought the material and I've got one of these monitors. I've got to check the batteries on it. But to check where it detects where the frequencies, how strong, bloody hell, the frequency is right. Let's get this in the hat. I'll do it sideways. I'll just put another piece.
Yeah. There's that guy, wasn't there, that was making the fit. Right now, I've got the hat on. Okay, don't smoke that. Okay, got this fabric material, but it doesn't do much. Wow. We'll keep drinking it. Good Lord. Oh, shit. Oh. Okay. Just trying to 1 o'clock. Okay. Oh. Okay. So I'm just catching up the chat. Oh, good on you, Empowered. Thanks, Empowered. Okay, I'll look at that video in a minute. Yeah. Patina, Nick Cat over it to keep it placed. Yep, done it. Thank you, Mo. Just done it. No, Mo, thank you. I've just done it, yeah. I haven't done it in a long time. Thank you. Got a working car now also. That's very good news for you, Empowered. Oh, Tab, I had a miracle to be able to find a accessible place I could go. You know, that had disabled access with the wheelchair and a wet room. I could have a bloody breakdown there. Mo says, no, I'm awakened. It is a type of error. Okay. Can't say empowered, it comes out in power. Empower. That's like a name for a company in England, energy company. Take some aluminum foil.
or chop it around your head and then put a knit cap over it to keep it in place and see if it helps you to be. Yeah, thank you. Call me Rob. Ah, Jesus, my head. That's my online name. Okay. Empowered, he doesn't like to say where he is, so I don't say anything either. Yeah, you're Bristol. You're down near there. You're going to be near where my sister is. Well, I don't know, but you might be. Bear with me. I'll just do the pressure points on my neck. It's radiation. I can taste it. It's like 2020 all over again when they ramped up the radiation. You know, the switch on 5G. And I lost all my taste. The symptoms, you know, what they called a certain thing, you know. But it turns out in April 2020, they turned all the street lamps. They switched up the 5G connection. I found this out. Don't even ask me how, but I found it all out. So I have some tips about this type of tonic water to help the body and keep liquids, fluids. And I got this fabric. I need to get some more. I was going to buy a cat, which I didn't get around to. And I lost the fabric now. But yeah, these hats look most suggestive. We used to do a lot of that, and I've just forgot all about it. Don't know why. No, it's just that is this is why empowered. Wow. So you're gonna pack it all in your car. You've got room. You gotta. I'm gonna see if I can drink my drink. Wow. Do you have to share, or is it your own? Tom. Sorry, Rob. I'm forgetting names now. Bear with me. I'm tired. Oh. I'll call you empowered on it, okay? So do you have to share a place? Amazing, all that energy, all that messing about. Wow, just imagine you're quite I mean the world's your oyster now, isn't it? Fingers crossed for you. Fingers crossed, all that fighting. All that stuff you have to do. Have to keep fighting. You're lucky to get bloody cars sorted out in the end. Good on you. Good on you. Well, they're trying to serve me to get me out my flat, empowered, threatening me big time. I can't tell you, it's just it's gone under. Assumptions are being made that I'm not allowing entry to my flat for repairs, which is a joke. Since that I've been chasing it all up. My tap repairs was reported 2021 and it's not done. I've got emails and everything, all the evidence. I chased it up again at the end of 2022. I've got the email evidence that the head office CEO PA, she was going to chase it all up, get back to me, and she never did ever since. So in January this year, I did a document, an intention, notice of intent to seek a counterclaim for this unlawful breach of contract they've caused in their terms and conditions of maintenance and repairs policy and procurement, and using the contract out services to MPS Housing. But the company, the bigger company, is Mears Group PLC, head office. And Mears Group PLC, the bigger company, they have a contract, or used to be, Mighty PLC, and they have a security contract. And guess who's into security? For public servants nationally. Oh, we can't make it up. So, of course, as a TI, all this gaslighting, all these offer appointments since 2018, every year, if there's like a gas service boiler check or something else, it's always, first they would do this. They would offer a morning appointment, which they know I can't do. So, and then I would have to, it's NK Ultra, a neuromonitoring. So I have to respond to that to get the afternoon appointment. And then what they do, computer generated, instead of getting a proper afternoon appointment, they would be doing from like 12 o'clock till 5, and I can't do all that time period. It needs to be between the 2 hour time slot between my care needs, you know. So it's a saga. It's been like that for a long time. And then, like, if I see there's, like, when the cold tap went in the kitchen first, and bought it straight away. And it's only a simple plumbing job, but I can't physically do it myself. And I thought somebody I knew could do the job, and they made it worse, allegedly. Anyway, I got the parts for it. I paid for the parts, but I just can't find someone to fix it. Oh, my teeth, radiating me. Anyway, and then October last year, the hot tap started playing up now. So it's both taps. And now it's just like, what is one thing after another? So it's a duty of care in those basic, simple jobs is blocked. Now we're talking about my main flat door. It's a security issue, isn't it? That's not been offered of a replacement since January the 13th of 2022. 1 year and 3 months today. Just like what they did to me. They set me up in my, where was it? They smashed my door in when I had that heart attack and stroke in September 2017. And at the time, my daughter-in-law, we were talking on Facebook Live before they started hacking into my internet, and before they started, damaging my stuff, home invasions. Before I knew it was a TI. So yeah, 1 minute I'm talking like this, next minute I'm having this stroke on the left side and the heart attack at the same time, and I just couldn't move. I couldn't move any part of my body, couldn't speak, nothing. And she ran the emergency services all the way from Surrey. She lives down that way. And if I wasn't on the live stream and she saw it happen, I wouldn't be here, basically. Don't know what would have happened. I couldn't even reach for the phone. I couldn't move my hands, nothing. So, but I know now the technology can cause that. And when I eventually got to hospital, I found that my home was ransacked and I got home. They didn't make the safety door. I mean, all I remember is being in the ambulance, given these drugs for a heart attack, I think it was. All these things they put on me to monitor my heart. And all I remember is waking up in the emergency resuscitation and all these people around me, and then I just wake up. I don't know the length of time I was there, and all I remember is waking up on a ward and then told that I had a stroke and I had a minor heart attack. So I was there. I don't know how long I was there now. I can't remember. It's so long ago. All I just remember is an old phone I had was getting harassed by the housing company. Where are you? You're meant to be at home. We've got a repair bloke at your door. Hold on, I'm in hospital. I didn't even get my speech back till about 3 days or so. And that's what the housing companies has been like ever since I've lived, been there. And it's just got worse ever since. So this time round, when they smashed the door in January last year, was just psychological. To set me up getting robbed, and then just bashing the door in instead of getting a locksmith. So yeah. Anyway, good on you. New beginnings. I could do new beginnings, but properly and lawfully. I can't move in the sense of financially the issues that's going on. Anyway, hope you get some rest. Right, that video, Mo. Have a look at it. Yes, Mo. Yes. EMF anti-cheat. I did. At the end of 2020, 2021, and beginning 2022, and the real good stuff is at my price range. And I ordered some stuff I was going to make. I got the copper wire. I got this EMF sheet. They're quite material. And what else did I get? I was going to make a hat, a protection with the material, and I didn't quite know how to do it, and I needed the magnets. And I saw somebody had made something similar, but I rather wanted to buy a beanie hat. Hat's already made for that protection, and I wanted something like you said around the neck, especially around what they radiate my whole body. I mean, it's like I'm 9 months pregnant, but I'm not. It's what they're doing to my stomach and my organs as well. And it's just, I've never ever been like that. It's only since they ramped up the radiation and the frequencies on me, and they radiate my teeth away. It's just, and I need a mouth guard. Somebody mentioned that, and I haven't done it yet because I'm being distracted by this demonic stuff going on. So yeah, thanks. That's a good idea. So I've got to actually let's have a look on EMF protection on the let's see how much they are. I haven't checked it out in a long time, this site. Here we are. I need 2 phone chargers up bloody work in the meantime. Right, here we go. EMF. I've searched. You've got Shanghai necklaces. Got a scarf. Wow. And a thyroid, £89. I could make that, this material. Let's have a look at that. Oh, come on. Every time I look at something to order, it says we can't deliver it to the local. I looked at the quarter box, £72. Too large to be delivered. I looked at water fry tablets. I forgot I got these in my in the checkout box. £121 for the version I wanted. A quarter box that you can plug in. It's not quite as I wanted something portable and flexible, but I don't have a card to plug it in. Yeah, can't deliver to my location. You know, right, so let's go back to EMF protection. So you got that one. That looks better. You've got like a brace. But no, that's not EMF protection. Yeah, the beanie hat cap mesh version material, £55. That's more like it. Well, it's not quite protection, it's like a headband. I like that one that guy made. It looked quite good. Oh, that's even cheaper. £44. It's a bit like I can make that with the material I've got on the hat I've got. Let's have a look if they got the material that's made of it too. It's a wool hat, beanie. Let's see what material. Silver lining inside. Well, I've got material for that. Let's have a look. The material is cheaper to make. I'm sure it is. Yeah. Let's have a look at these versions. I keep saying they can't deliver. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm going to look at, see. Ah, you got the paint as well. Remember that paint? Sheet paint. I saw a video about that. I've got that EMF meter reader. I've got to get some batteries and read. The material I've got already cost me a bit. Right. It is made of I haven't got the grounding sheet done. I was looking into that. I got medium type material, so high quality. Copper, nickel, polyester. I got the silver colour fabric. They don't seem to help around my neck. Meant to be called Faraday cage fabric. That's the version I got. I was looking to get the copper version. I heard that might be even better. Yeah, it's got the material that I got. It's washable as well. I will need to have a play around with it. I've got a couple of wool hats. Thanks for those tips, Mo. Give me some good ideas. Okay. Oh, right, that video, what is it about? Oh, that's helped a bit, actually, Mo. Well, it's eased off a bit. Oh, gosh. It's eased off. Yeah, that is true. This is like, oh, I've got to be careful not to move my head too much. Oil paint. They got at the local shop. They got the oil. What type of oil paint? Bloody hell! I've got no space, no shelving space, storage space. You're essentially doubled, covered completely from head to toe. Yeah, exactly. I had to buy a sewing machine and also make the sleeping bag. Did you? Ah, right. Really expensive. Clothes. Brooklyn fabric sleeping bag I made with the head net and hood. Wow, that's good. They surveyed your house and were able to overcome my protection within a week. Oh my goodness. I've got his. I don't know. It's up to Tom. Yeah. If you email me, have you got my email, Tom? Empowered. I can't remember now. Is it double? Oh, the stomach now. Now I said that. They're targeting my stomach now. Oh, it's ridiculous. I'm going to talk about it because I don't want to be up all night. Yeah, that's true. Right, go back to that video. The radio, my feet. Bible radio.
Because the Syrians have said, "The Lord is a God of the hills, but he is not a God of the valleys. Therefore I will deliver all this great multitude into your hand, and you shall know that I am the Lord." They encamped one over against the other 7 days. So it was that in the 7th day the battle was joined, and the children of Israel killed of the Syrians 100,000 footmen in 1 day. But the rest fled to Aphek into the city, and the wall fell on 27,000 men who were left. Ben-Hadad fled and came into the city into an inner chamber. His servant said to him, "See now, We have heard that the kings of the house of Israel are merciful kings. Let us, we pray you, put sackcloth on our loins and ropes on our heads, and go out to the king of Israel. Perhaps he will save your life. So they girded sackcloth on their loins and put ropes on their heads and came to the king of Israel and said, Your servant Ben-Hadad says, Please let me live. He said, Is he yet alive? He is my brother. Now the men observed diligently and hurried to discern what was his mind. And they said, Yes, your brother Ben-Hadad. Then he said, Go, bring him. Then Ben-Hadad came forth to him, and he caused him to come up into the chariot. Ben-Hadad said to him, The cities which my father took from your father I will restore, and you shall make streets for you in Damascus, as my father made in Samaria. Ahab said, I will let you go with this agreement. So he made a covenant with him and let him go. A certain man of the sons of the prophets said to his fellow by the word of the Lord, Please strike me. The man refused to strike him. Then he said to him, Because you have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, as soon as you are departed from me, a lion shall kill you. As soon as he was departed from him, a lion found him and killed him. Then he found another man and said, Please strike me. The man struck him, smiting and wounding him. So the prophet departed and waited for the king by the way, and disguised himself with his headband over his eyes. As the king passed by, he cried to the king, and he said, Your servant went out into the midst of the battle, and behold, a man turned aside and brought a man to me, and said, Keep this man. If by any means he comes up missing, then shall your life be for his life, or else you shall pay a talent of silver. As your servant was busy here and there, he was gone. The king of Israel said to him, So shall your judgment be. Silver. As your servant was busy here and there, he was gone. The king of Israel said to him, So shall your judgment be. You yourself have decided it. He hurried and took the headband away from his eyes. And the king of Israel, he was one of the prophets. He said to him, Thus says the Lord, because you have let go out of your hand the man whom I had devoted to destruction, therefore your life shall go for his life, and your people for his people. The king of Israel went to his house sullen and angry, and came to Samaria.
Oh, was that it? Alright.
Chapter 21.
Alright, no, it's not.
It happened after these things that Naboth the Jezreelite had a vineyard, which was in Jezreel, close by the palace of Ahab, king of Samaria. Ahab spoke to Naboth, saying, Give me your vineyard, that I may have it for a garden of herbs, because it
They're hacking my phone. I'm trying to play it. Oh, boy. What the? Oh, please stop hacking me.
is near to my house, and I will give you a better vineyard for it. Or if it seems good to you, I will give you the value of it in money. Naboth said to Ahab, The Lord forbid it to me, that I should give the inheritance of my fathers to you. Ahab came into his house sullen and angry because of the word which Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken to him, for he had said, I will not give you the inheritance of my fathers. He laid down on his bed and turned away his face and would eat no bread. But Jezebel his wife came to him and said to him, Why is your spirit so sad that you eat no bread? He said to her, Because I spoke to Naboth the Jezreelite and said to him, Give me your vineyard for money, or else, if it pleases you, I will give you another vineyard for it. And he answered, I will not give you my vineyard. Jezebel his wife said to him, Don't you now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let your heart be merry. I will give you the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite. So she wrote letters in Ahab's name, and sealed them with his seal, and sent the letters to the elders and to the nobles who were in his city and who lived with Naboth. She wrote in the letters, saying, Proclaim a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people, and set 2 men, base fellows, before him, and let them testify against him, saying, You did curse God and the king. Then carry him out, and stone him to death. The men of his city, even the elders and the nobles who lived in his city, did as Jezebel said to them, according as it was written in the letters which he had sent to them. They proclaimed a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people. The 2 men, the base fellows, came in and sat before him, and the base fellows bore witness against him, even against Naboth, in the presence of the people, saying, Naboth did curse God and the king. Then they carried him forth out of the city, and stoned him to death with stones. Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, Naboth is stoned and is dead. It happened, when Jezebel heard that Naboth was stoned and was dead, that Jezebel said to Ahab, Arise, take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give you for money, for Naboth is not alive, but dead. It happened, when Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, that Ahab rose up to go down to the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite to take possession of it. The word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Arise, go down to meet Ahab king of Israel, who dwells in Samaria. He is in the vineyard of Naboth, where he is gone to take possession of it. You shall speak to him, saying, Thus says the Lord, Have you killed, and also taken possession? You shall speak to him, saying, Thus says the Lord, In the place where dogs lick the blood of Naboth, shall dogs lick your blood, even your own. Ahab said to Elijah, Have you found me, my enemy? He answered, I have found you, because you have sold yourself to do that which is evil in the sight of the Lord. Behold, I will bring evil on you, and will utterly sweep you away, and will cut off from Ahab every man-child, and him who is shut up, and him who is left at large in Israel. And I will make your house like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha the son of Ahijah, for the provocation with which you have provoked me to anger, and have made Israel to sin. Of Jezebel the Lord spoke also, saying, The dog shall eat Jezebel by the rampart of Jezreel. Him who dies of Ahab in the city, the dog shall eat, and him who dies in the field shall the birds of the sky eat. But there was none like Ahab, who did sell himself to do that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, whom Jezebel his wife stirred up. He did very abominably in following idols, according to all that the Amorites did, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. It happened, when Ahab heard those words, that he tore his clothes, and put sackcloth on his flesh, and fasted, and lay in sackcloth, and went softly. The word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, See how Ahab humbles himself before me? Because he humbles himself before me, I will not bring the evil in his days, but in his son's days will I bring the evil on his house. Chapter 22. They continued 3 years without war between Syria and Israel. It happened in the 3rd year that Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, came down to the king of Israel. The king of Israel said to his servants, You know that Ramoth Gilead is ours, and we sit still and don't take it out of the hands of the king of Syria. He said to Jehoshaphat, Will you go with me to battle to Ramoth Gilead? Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, I am as you are, my people is your people, my horses as your horses. Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, Please inquire first for the word of the Lord. Then the king of Israel gathered the prophets together, about 400 men, and said to them, Shall I go against Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall I wait? They said, Go up, for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king. But Jehoshaphat said, Isn't there a prophet of the Lord besides, that we may inquire of him? The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, There is yet one man by whom we may inquire of the Lord, Micaiah the son of Imlah, but I hate him, for he doesn't prophesy good concerning me, but evil. Jehoshaphat said, Don't let the king speak this way. Then the king of Israel called an officer and said, Get Micaiah the son of Imlah quickly." Now the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat the king of Judah were sitting each on his throne, arrayed in their robes, in an open place at the entrance of the gate of Samaria, and all the prophets were prophesying before them. Zedekiah the son of Chenaanah made him horns of iron and said, "Thus says the Lord, with these shall you push the Syrians until they be consumed." All the prophets prophesied this way, saying, "Go up to Ramoth Gilead and prosper, for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." The messenger who went to call Micaiah spoke to him, saying, "Look now, the words of the prophets declare good to the king with one mouth. Please let your word be like the words of one of them, and speak good." Micaiah said, "As the Lord lives, what the Lord says to me, that will I speak." When he had come to the king said to him, "Micaiah, shall we go to Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall we wait?" He answered him, "Go up and prosper, and the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." The king said to him, "How many times shall I tell you that you speak nothing to me but the truth in the name of the Lord?" He said, "I saw all Israel scattered on the mountains, as sheep that have no shepherd. And the Lord said, They have no master. Let them return every man to his house in peace." The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "Didn't I tell you that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil?" Micaiah said, "Therefore hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left. The Lord said, Who will entice Ahab, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead?" One said on this manner, and another said on that manner. There came forth a spirit, and stood before the Lord, and said, "I will entice him." The Lord said, "How?" He said, "I will go forth, and will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets." He said, "You will entice him, and will prevail also. Go forth and do it." Now therefore, behold, the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these your prophets, and the Lord has spoken evil concerning you. Then Zedekiah the son of Chenaanah came near and struck Micaiah on the cheek and said, "Which way did the Spirit of the Lord go when it left from me to speak to you?" Micaiah said, "Behold, you shall see on that day, when you shall go into an inner chamber to hide yourself." The king of Israel said, "Take Micaiah, and carry him back to Ammon the governor of the city, and to Joash the king's son, and say, Thus says the king, Put this fellow in prison, and feed him with the bread of affliction, and with water of affliction, until I come in peace." Micaiah said, "If you return at all in peace, the Lord has not spoken by me." He said, "Listen, you peoples, all of you." So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat the king of Judah went up to Ramoth Gilead. The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "I will disguise myself and go into battle, but you put on your robes." The king of Israel disguised himself and went into the battle. Now the king of Syria had commanded the 32 captains of his chariots, saying, "Fight neither with small nor great, save only with the king of Israel." It happened, when the captains of the chariots saw Jehoshaphat, that they said, "Surely it is the king of Israel." And they turned aside to fight against him, and Jehoshaphat cried out. It happened, when the captains of the chariots saw that it was not the king of Israel, that they turned back from pursuing him. A certain man drew his bow at a target, and struck the king of Israel between the joints of the armor. Therefore he said to the driver of his chariot, "Turn your hand and carry me out of the host, for I am severely wounded." The battle increased that day, and the king was propped up in his chariot against the Syrians, and he died at evening, and the blood ran out of the wound into the bottom of the chariot. There went a cry throughout the host about the going down of the sun, saying, "Every man to his city, and every man to his country." So the king died, and was brought to Samaria, and they buried the king in Samaria. They washed the chariot by the pool of Samaria, where the prostitutes washed themselves, and the dogs licked up his blood, according to the word of the Lord which he spoke. Now the rest of the acts of Ahab, and all that he did, and the ivory house which he built, and all the cities that he built,
Aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel? So Ahab slept with his fathers, and Ahaziah his son reigned in his place. Jehoshaphat the son of Asa began to reign over Judah in the 4th year of Ahab king of Israel. Jehoshaphat was 35 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 25 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Azubah, the daughter of Shilhi. He walked in all the way of Asa his father. He didn't turn aside from it, doing that which was right in the sight of the Lord. However, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and burned incense in the high places. Jehoshaphat made peace with the king of Israel. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, and his might that he showed, and how he warred, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Judah? The remnant of the Sodomites that remained in the days of his father Asa he put away out of the land. There was no king in Edom, a deputy was king. Jehoshaphat made ships of Tarshish to go to Ophir for gold, but they didn't go, for the ships were broken at Ezion-Geber. Then Ahaziah the son of Ahab said to Jehoshaphat, "Let my servants go with your servants in the ships." But Jehoshaphat said no. Jehoshaphat slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David his father. Jehoram his son reigned in his place. Ahaziah the son of Ahab began to reign over Israel in Samaria in the 17th year of Jehoshaphat the king of Judah, and he reigned 2 years over Israel. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of his father, and in the way of his mother, and in the way of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, in which he made Israel to sin. He served Baal, and worshipped him, and provoked to anger the Lord, the God of Israel, according to all that his father. The second book of Kings, chapter 1. Moab rebelled against Israel after the death of Ahab. Ahaziah fell down through the lattice in his upper chamber that was in Samaria and was sick. And he sent messengers and said to them, "Go inquire of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron, whether I shall recover of this sickness." But the angel of the Lord said to Elijah the Tishbite, "Arise, go up to meet the messengers of the king of Samaria and tell them, is it because there is no God in Israel that you go to inquire of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron? Now therefore thus says the Lord, you shall not come down from the bed where you are gone up, but shall surely die." Elijah departed. The messengers returned to him, and he said to them, "Why is it that you have returned?" They said to him, "There came up a man to meet us and said to us, 'Go, return back to the king who sent you and tell him, thus says the Lord, is it because there is no God in Israel that you send to inquire of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron? Therefore you shall not come down from the bed where you are gone up, but shall surely die.'" He said to them, "What kind of man was he who came up to meet you and told you these words?" They answered him, "He was a hairy man, and he had a belt of leather about his loins." He said, "It is Elijah the Tishbite." Then the king sent to him a captain of 50 with his 50. He went up to him, and behold, he was sitting on the top of a hill. He spoke to him, "Man of God, the king has said, come down." Elijah answered to the captain of 50, "If I am a man of God, let fire come down from the sky and consume you and your 50 men." Fire came down from the sky and consumed him and his 50 men. Again he sent to him another captain of 50 with his 50 men. He answered him, "Man of God, the king has said, come down quickly." Elijah answered them, "If I am a man of God, let fire come down from the sky and consume you and your 50 men." The fire of God came down from the sky and consumed him and his 50 men. Again he sent the captain of a third 50 with his 50 men. The captain of 50 went up and came and fell on his knees before Elijah and begged him and said to him, "Man of God, please let my life and the life of these your 50 servants be precious in your sight." Behold, fire came down from the sky and consumed the 2 former captains of 50 with their 50s. But now let my life be precious in your sight. The angel of the Lord said to Elijah, "Go down with him, don't be afraid of him." He arose and went down with him to the king. He said to him, Thus says the Lord, because you have sent messengers to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron. Is it because there is no God in Israel to inquire of his word? Therefore you shall not come down from the bed where you are gone up, but shall surely die. So he died according to the word of the Lord which Elijah had spoken. Jehoram began to reign in his place in the 2nd year of Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, because he had no son. Now the rest of the acts of Ahaziah, which he did, aren't they written in the books of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? Chapter 2. It happened, when the Lord said he would take up Elijah by a whirlwind into heaven, that Elijah went with Elisha from Gilgal. Elijah said to Elisha, Please wait here, for the Lord has sent me as far as Bethel. Elisha said, As the Lord lives, and as your soul lives, I will not leave you. So they went down to Bethel. The sons of the prophets who were at Bethel came forth to Elisha and said to him, Do you know that the Lord is going to take away your master from you today? He said, Yes, I know it. Hold your peace. Elijah said to him, Elisha, please wait here, for the Lord has sent me to Jericho. He said, As the Lord lives, and as your soul lives, I will not leave you. So they came to Jericho. The sons of the prophets who were at Jericho came near to Elisha and said to him, Do you know that the Lord will take away your master from you today? He answered, Yes, I know it. Be quiet. Elijah said to him, Please wait here, for the Lord has sent me to the Jordan. He said, As the Lord lives, and as your soul lives, I will not leave you. The two of them went on together. 50 men of the sons of the prophets went and stood against them far off, as the two stood by the Jordan. Elijah took his mantle and wrapped it together and struck the waters, and they were divided here and there, so that the two went over on dry ground. It happened, when they had gone over, that Elijah said to Elisha, Ask what I shall do for you before I am taken from you. Elisha said, Please let a double portion of your spirit be on me. He said, You have asked a hard thing. Nevertheless, if you see me when I am taken from you, it will be so. But if not, it will not be so. It happened, as they went on and talked, that there appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire, which parted them apart, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. Elisha saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariots and the horsemen of Israel. He saw him no more, and he took hold of his own clothes and tore them in 2 pieces. He also took up the mantle of Elijah that fell from him, and went back and stood by the bank of the Jordan. He took the mantle of Elijah that fell from him, and struck the waters, and said, Where is the Lord, the God of Elijah? And when he also had struck the waters, they were divided here and there, and Elisha went over. When the sons of the prophets who were at Jericho saw him, they said, The spirit of Elijah does rest on Elisha. They came to meet him and bowed themselves to the ground before him. They said to him, Look, there are 50 strong men with your servants. Let them go and seek your master, lest the Spirit of the Lord has taken him up and placed him on some mountain or into some valley. He said, You shall not send them. When they urged him until he was ashamed, he said, Send them. They sent therefore 50 men, and they sought for 3 days, but didn't find Elijah. They came back to him while he stayed at Jericho, and he said to them, Didn't I tell you, don't go? The men of the city said to Elisha, Behold, we pray you, the location of this city is pleasant, as my Lord sees, but the water is bad, and the land miscarries. He said, Bring me a new jar and put salt in it. They brought it to him. He went forth to the spring of the waters, and cast salt in it, and said, Thus says the Lord, I have healed these waters, and there shall not be from there any more death or miscarrying. So the waters were healed to this day, according to the word of Elisha which he spoke. He went up from there to Bethel, and as he was going up by the way, there came out of the city young men, and they mocked him and said to him, Go up, Baldy, go up, you bald head. He looked behind them and saw them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. 2 she-bears came out of the wood and mauled 42 of the young men. He went from there to Mount Carmel, and from there he returned to Samaria. Chapter 3. Now Jehoram, the son of Ahab, began to reign over Israel in Samaria in the 18th year of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and he reigned 12 years. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, but not like his father and like his mother, for he put away the pillar of Baal that his father had made. Nevertheless, he cleaved to the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. He didn't depart from it. Now Mesha, king of Moab, was a sheep master, and he rendered to the king of Israel the wool of 100,000 lambs and of 100,000 rams. But it happened when Ahab was dead that the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel. King Jehoram went out of Samaria at that time, and he mustered all Israel. He went and sent to Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, saying, "The king of Moab has rebelled against me. Will you go with me against Moab to battle?" He said, "I will go. I am as you are, and my people as your people, my horses as your horses." He said, "Which way shall we go up?" He answered, "The way of the wilderness of Edom." So the king of Israel went, and the king of Judah, and the king of Edom, and they made a circuit of 7 days' journey, and there was no water for the host, or for the animals that followed them. The king of Israel said, "Alas, for the Lord has called these 3 kings together to deliver them into the hand of Moab." But Jehoshaphat said, "Isn't there a prophet of the Lord, that we may inquire of the Lord by him?" One of the king of Israel's servants answered, "Elisha, the son of Shaphat, is here, who poured water on the hands of Elijah." Jehoshaphat said, "The word of the Lord is with him." So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom went down to him. Elisha said to the king of Israel, "What have I to do with you? Go to the prophets of your father and to the prophets of your mother." The king of Israel said to him, "No, for the Lord has called these 3 kings together to deliver them into the hand of Moab." Elisha said, "As the Lord of armies lives, before whom I stand, surely were it not that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, I would not look toward you nor see you. But now bring me a minstrel." It happened when the minstrel played that the hand of the Lord came on him. He said, "Thus says the Lord, make this valley full of trenches. For thus says the Lord, you shall not see wind, neither shall you see rain, yet that valley shall be filled with water, and you shall drink, both you and your cattle and your animals. This is but a light thing in the sight of the Lord. He will also deliver the Moabites into your hand. You shall strike every fortified city, and every choice city, and shall fell every good tree, and stop all springs of water, and mar every good piece of land with stones." It happened in the morning, about the time of the first offering, that behold, there came water by the way of Edom, and the country was filled with water. Now when all the Moabites heard that the kings had come up to fight against them, they gathered themselves together, all who were able to put on armor and upward, and stood on the border. They rose up early in the morning, and the sun shone on the water, and the Moabites saw the water over against them as red as blood. And they said, "This is blood. The kings are surely destroyed, and they have struck each man his fellow. Now therefore Moab to the spoil." When they came to the camp of Israel, the Israelites rose up and struck the Moabites so that they fled before them, and they went forward into the land, smiting the Moabites. They beat down the cities, and on every good piece of land they cast their stones, and filled them. And they stopped all the springs of water, and felled all the good trees, until in Kir Hareseth only the stones remained. However, the men armed with slings went about and struck it. When the king of Moab saw that the battle was too severe for him, he took with him 700 men who drew the sword to break through to the king of Edom, but they could not. Then he took his eldest son, who would have reigned in his place, and offered him for a burnt offering on the wall. There was great wrath against Israel, and they departed from him and returned to their own land. Chapter 4. Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets to Elisha, saying, "Your servant, my husband, is dead, and you know that your servant did fear the Lord, and the creditor has come to take to him my 2 children to be slaves." Elisha said to her, What shall I do for you? Tell me, what do you have in the house? She said, Your handmaid has nothing in the house except a pot of oil. Then he said, Go borrow vessels from all your neighbors, even empty vessels, and don't borrow just a few. Then go in and close the door on you and on your sons, and pour into all those vessels, and then set them aside when they are full. So she went from him and closed the door on her and her sons, and they brought the vessels to her, and she poured out into them. It happened when the vessels were full that she said to her son, Bring me another vessel. He said to her, There isn't another vessel. The oil stopped. Then she came and told the man of God. He said, Go, sell the oil and pay your debt, and live you and your sons on the rest. It happened one day that Elisha passed to Shunem, where there was a great woman, and she asked him to eat bread. So it was that as often as he passed by, he turned in there to eat bread. She said to her husband, See now, I perceive that this is a holy man of God that passes by us continually. But let us build, please, a little chamber on the wall, and let us set for him there a bed, and a table and a seat, and a lampstand, and it will be, when he comes to us, that he shall stay in there. On a certain day he came there, and he turned into the chamber and lay there. He said to Gehazi his servant, Call this Shunammite. When he had called her, she stood before him. He said to him, Say to her now, Behold, you have ministered to us with all this care. What is to be done for you? Would you be spoken up for to the king or to the captain of the host? She answered, I dwell among my own people. He said, What then is to be done for her? Gehazi answered, Most assuredly she has no son, and her husband is old. He said, Call her. When he had called her, she stood in the door. He said, At this season, when the time comes round, you shall embrace a son. She said, No, my lord, you man of God, do not lie to your handmaid. The woman conceived and bore a son at that season when the time came round, as Elisha had said to her. When the child was grown, there came a day that he went out to his father's to the reapers. He said to his father, My head, my head. He said to his servant, Carry his mother. When he had taken him and brought him to his mother, he sat on her knees until noon and then died. She went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God and shut the door on him and went out. She called to her husband and said, Please send me one of the servants and one of the donkeys, that I may run to the man of God and come back. He said, Why will you go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. She said, It will be all right. Then she saddled a donkey and said to her servant, Drive and go forward. Don't slacken the riding for me, except I tell you. So she went and came to the man of God to Mount Carmel. It happened, when the man of God saw her afar off, that he said to Gehazi his servant, Look, there is the Shunammite. Please run now to meet her and ask her, Is it well with you? Is it well with your husband? Is it well with the child? She answered, It is well. When she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught hold of his feet. Gehazi came near to thrust her away, but the man of God said, Let her alone, for her soul is vexed within her, and the Lord has hid it from me and has not told me. Then she said, Did I desire a son of my Lord? Didn't I say, Do not deceive me? Then he said to Gehazi, Gird up your loins and take my staff in your hand and go your way. If you meet any man, don't greet him, and if anyone greets you, don't answer him, and lay my staff on the face of the child. The mother of the child said, As the Lord lives and as your soul lives, I will not leave you. He arose and followed her. Gehazi passed on before them and laid the staff on the face of the child, but there was neither voice nor hearing. Therefore he returned to meet him and told him, saying, The child has not awakened. When Elisha had come into the house, behold, the child was dead and laid on his bed. He went in and shut the door on them both and prayed to the Lord. He went up and lay on the child and put his mouth on his mouth and his eyes on his eyes and his hands on his hands. And he stretched himself on him, and the flesh of the child grew warm. Then he returned and walked in the house once back and forth, and went up and stretched himself on him, and the child sneezed 7 times, and the child opened his eyes. He called Gehazi and said, Call this Shunammite. So he called her. When she was come to him, he said, Take up your son. Then she went in and fell at his feet and bowed herself to the ground. And she took up her son and went out. Elisha came to Gilgal. There was lack in the land, and the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said to his servant, Put on the great pot and boil stew for the sons of the prophets. One went out into the field to gather herbs and found a wild vine, and gathered of it wild gourds in his lap, and came and shred them into the pot full of stew. But they didn't recognize them. So they poured out for the men to eat. And it happened as they were eating of the stew that they cried out and said, Man of God, there's death in the pot. They could not eat of it. But he said, Bring me meal. And he cast it into the pot, and he said, Pour it out again for the people that they may eat. And there was no harm in the pot. There came a man from Baal Shalisha, and brought the man of God bread of the first fruits, 20 loaves of barley, and fresh ears of grain in his sack. He said, Give to the people that they may eat. His servant said, What? Should I set this before 100 men? But he said, Give to the people that they may eat. For thus says the Lord, They shall eat and have food left over. So he set it before them, and they ate and had food left over, according to the word of the Lord. Chapter 5. Now Naaman, captain of the host of the king of Syria, was a great man with his master, and honorable, because by him the Lord had given victory to Syria. He was also a mighty man of valor, but he was a leper. The Syrians had gone out in bands, and had brought away captive out of the land of Israel a little maiden, and she waited on Naaman's wife. She said to her mistress, Would that my Lord were with the prophet who is in Samaria, then he would cure him of his leprosy. One went in and told his Lord, saying, Thus and thus said the maiden who is of the land of Israel. The king of Syria said, Go, and I will send a letter to the king of Israel. He departed and took with him 10 talents of silver, and 6,000 pieces of gold, and 10 changes of clothing. He brought the letter to the king of Israel, saying, Now when this letter is come to you, behold, I have sent Naaman my servant to you, that you may cure him of his leprosy. It happened, when the king of Israel had read the letter, that he tore his clothes and said, Am I God, to kill and to make alive, that this man does send to me to heal the man of his leprosy? But consider, I pray you, and see how he seeks a quarrel against me. It happened, when Elisha the man of God heard that the king of Israel had torn his clothes, that he sent to the king, saying, Why have you torn your clothes? Let him come now to me, and he shall know that there is a prophet in Israel. So Naaman came with his horses and with his chariots, and stood at the door of the house of Elisha. Elisha sent a messenger to him, saying, Go and wash in the Jordan 7 times, and your flesh shall come again to you, and you shall be clean. But Naaman was angry, and went away, and said, Behold, I thought he would surely come out to me and stand, and call on the name of the Lord his God, and wave his hand over the place, and heal the leper. Aren't Abana and Pharpar, the rivers of Damascus, better than all the waters of Israel, that I may not wash in them and be clean? So he turned and went away in a rage. His servants came near and spoke to him and said, My father, if the prophet had told you to do something great, wouldn't you have done it? How much more then when he says to you, Wash and be clean? Then he went down and dipped himself 7 times in the Jordan, according to the saying of the man of God. And his flesh came again like the flesh of a little child, and he was clean. He returned to the man of God, he and all his company, and came and stood before him. And he said, See now, I know that there is no God in all the earth but in Israel. Now therefore, please take a present from your servant. But he said, As the Lord lives, before whom I stand, I will receive nothing. He urged him to take it, but he refused. Naaman said, If not, please then let there be given to your servant 2 mules burden of earth. For your servant will from now on offer neither burnt offering nor sacrifice to any other gods, but to the Lord. In this thing may the Lord pardon your servant, When my master goes into the house of Rimmon to worship there, and he leans on my hand, and I bow myself in the house of Rimmon, when I bow myself in the house of Rimmon, O Lord, please pardon your servant in this thing. He said to him, Go in peace. So he departed from him a short distance. But Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of God, said, Behold, my master has spared this Naaman the Syrian, and not receiving from his hands that which he brought. As the Lord lives, I will run after him and take something from him. So Gehazi followed after Naaman. When Naaman saw one running after him, he alighted from the chariot to meet him and said, Is all well? He said, All is well. My master has sent me, saying, Behold, even now there are come to me from the hill country of Ephraim 2 young men of the sons of the prophets. Please give them a talent of silver and 2 changes of clothing. Naaman said, Be pleased to take 2 talents. He urged him and bound 2 talents of silver in 2 bags with 2 changes of clothing, and laid them on 2 of his servants, and they bore them before him. When he came to the hill, he took them from their hand and put them in his house, and he let the men go, and they departed. But he went in and stood before his master. Elisha said to him, Where are you coming from, Gehazi? He answered, Your servant went nowhere. He said to him, Didn't my heart go with you when the man turned from his chariot to meet you? Is it a time to receive money and to receive garments and olive groves and vineyards and sheep and oxen and men servants and maid servants? The leprosy therefore of Naaman shall cleave to you and to your seed forever. He went out from his presence a leper as white as snow. Chapter 6. The sons of the prophets said to Elisha, See now, the place where we dwell before you is too small for us. Let us go to the Jordan, and take every man a beam, and let us make a place there where we may dwell. He answered, Go. One said, Be pleased to go with your servant. He answered, I will go. So he went with them. When they came to the Jordan, they cut down wood. But as one was felling a beam, the axe head fell into the water, and he cried and said, Alas, my master, for it was borrowed. The man of God said, Where did it fall? He showed him the place. He cut down a stick and cast it in there, and made the iron to swim. He said, Pick it up. So he put out his hand and took it. Now the king of Syria was warring against Israel, and took counsel with his servants, saying, In such and such a place shall be my camp. The man of God sent to the king of Israel, saying, Beware that you do not pass such a place, for there the Syrians are coming down. The king of Israel sent to the place which the man of God told him and warned him of, and saved himself there not once nor twice. The heart of the king of Syria was very troubled for this thing, and he called his servants and said to them, Won't you show me which of us is for the king of Israel? One of his servants said, Not so, my lord, O king, but Elisha the prophet who is in Israel tells the king of Israel the words that you speak in your bedchamber. He said, Go and see where he is, that I may send and get him. They told him, saying, Behold, he is in Dothan. Therefore he sent horses and chariots and a great host, and they came by night and surrounded the city. When the servant of the man of God rose up early and went out, behold, a host with horses and chariots was round about the city. His servant said to him, Alas, my master, what shall we do? He answered, Don't be afraid, for those who are with us are more than those who are with them. Elisha prayed and said, O Lord, please open his eyes that he may see. The Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire around Elisha. When they came down to him, Elisha prayed to the Lord and said, Please smite these people with blindness. He struck them with blindness according to the word of Elisha. Elisha said to them, This is not the way, neither is this the city. Follow me, and I will bring you to the man whom you seek. He led them to Samaria. It happened, when they came into Samaria, that Elisha said, O Lord, open the eyes of these men, that they may see. The Lord opened their eyes, and they saw, and behold, they were in the middle of Samaria. The king of Israel said to Elisha when he saw them, "My father, shall I strike them? Shall I strike them down?" He answered, "You shall not strike them. Would you strike those whom you have taken captive with your sword and with your bow? Set bread and water before them, that they may eat and drink and return to their master." He prepared great provision for them, and when they had eaten and drunk, he sent them away, and they went to their master. The bands of Syria came no more into the land of Israel. It happened after this, that Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, gathered all his host, and went up and besieged Samaria. There was a great famine in Samaria, and they besieged it, until a donkey's head was sold for 80 pieces of silver, and the fourth part of a cab of dove's dung for 5 pieces of silver. As the king of Israel was passing by on the wall, there cried a woman to him, saying, "Help, my lord, O king." He said, "If the Lord doesn't help you, how can I help you? Out of the threshing floor or out of the winepress?" The king said to her, "What ails you?" She answered, "This woman said to me, 'Give me your son, that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow.' So we boiled my son and ate him. And I said to her on the next day, 'Give me your son, that we may eat him.' And now she has hidden her son." It happened, when the king heard the words of the woman, that he tore his clothes. Now he was passing by on the wall, and the people looked, and behold, he had sackcloth within on his flesh. Then he said, "God do so to me, and more also, if the head of Elisha, the son of Shaphat, shall stand on him this day." But Elisha was sitting in his house, and the elders were sitting with him. And the king sent a man from before him. But before the messenger came to him, he said to the elders, "See how this son of a murderer has sent to take off my head. Behold, when the messenger comes, shut the door, and hold the door fast against him. Isn't the sound of his master's feet behind him?" While he was yet talking with them, behold, the messenger came down to him, and he said, "Behold, this evil is from the Lord. Why should I wait for the Lord any longer?" Chapter 7. Elisha said, "Hear the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord, tomorrow about this time, a measure of fine flour shall be sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel in the gate of Samaria." Then the captain, on whose hand the king leaned, answered the man of God and said, "Behold, even if the Lord should make windows in heaven, can this thing be?" He said, "Behold, you shall see it with your eyes, but shall not eat of it." Now there were 4 leprous men at the entrance of the gate, and they said to one another, "Why do we sit here until we die? If we say, 'We will enter the city,' then the famine is in the city, and we shall die there. And if we sit still here, we will die also. Now therefore, come, let us go to the host of the Syrians, and if they save us alive, we shall live, and if they kill us, we shall but die." They rose up in the twilight to go to the camp of the Syrians. And when they came to the outermost part of the camp of the Syrians, behold, there was no man there. For the Lord had made the host of the Syrians to hear a noise of chariots and a noise of horses, even the noise of a great host. And they said to one another, "Behold, the king of Israel has hired against us the kings of the Hittites and the kings of the Egyptians to come upon us." Therefore they arose and fled in the twilight, and left their tents and their horses and their donkeys, even the camp as it was, and fled for their life. When these lepers came to the outermost part of the camp, they went into one tent, and ate and drank, and carried away silver and gold and clothing, and went and hid it. And they came back, and entered into another tent, and carried away from there also, and went and hid it. Then they said to one another, "We aren't doing the right thing. This is a day of good news, and we hold our peace. If we wait until the morning light, punishment will overtake us. Now let's go and tell the king's household." So they came and called to the porter of the city, and they told him, saying, "We came to the camp of the Syrians, and there was no man there, neither voice of man, but the horses tied and the donkeys tied, and the tents as they were." He called the porters, and they told it to the king's household inside. The king arose in the night and said to his servants, "I will now show you what the Syrians have done to us." They know that we are hungry. Therefore they have gone out of the camp to hide themselves in the fields, saying, when they come out of the city, we will take them alive and go into their city. One of his servants answered, please, let's take 5 of the horses that remain which are left in the city. Behold, they are as the multitude of Israel who are left in it, and they are as the multitude of Israel who are consumed. And let us send and see. They took therefore 2 chariots with horses, and the king sent after the host of the Syrians, saying, go and see. They went after them to the Jordan, and all the way was full of garments and vessels, which the Syrians had cast away in their haste. The messengers returned and told the king. The people went out and plundered the camp of the Syrians. So a measure of fine flour was sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, according to the word of the Lord. The king appointed the captain on whose hand he leaned to have the charge of the gate, and the people trod on him in the gate, and he died as the man of God had said, who spoke when the king came down to him. It happened, as the man of God had spoken to the king, saying, 2 measures of barley for a shekel, and a measure of fine flour for a shekel will be tomorrow about this time in the gate of Samaria. And that captain answered the man of God and said, if the Lord should make windows in heaven, how can such a thing be? And he said, behold, you shall see it with your eyes, but shall not eat of it. It happened even so to him, for the people trod on him in the gate, and he died. Chapter 8. Now Elisha had spoken to the woman, whose son he had restored to life, saying, arise and go, you and your household, and sojourn wherever you can sojourn, for the Lord has called for a famine, and it shall also come on the land 7 years. The woman arose and did according to the word of the man of God, and she went with her household, and sojourned in the land of the Philistines 7 years. It happened at the end of 7 years that the woman returned out of the land of the Philistines, and she went forth to cry to the king for her house and for her land. Now the king was talking with Gehazi, the servant of the man of God, saying, please tell me all the great things that Elisha has done. It happened, as he was telling the king how he had restored life to him who was dead, that behold, the woman, whose son he had restored to life, cried to the king for her house and for her land. Gehazi said, my lord, O king, this is the woman, and this is her son, whom Elisha restored to life. When the king asked the woman, she told him. So the king appointed to her a certain officer, saying, restore all that was hers, and all the fruits of the field since the day that she left the land, even until now. Elisha came to Damascus, and Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, was sick, and it was told him, saying, the man of God is come here. The king said to Hazael, take a present in your hand, and go and meet the man of God, and inquire of the Lord by him, and say, shall I recover of this sickness? So Hazael went to meet him, and took a present with him, even of every good thing of Damascus, 40 camels' burdens, and came and stood before him, and said, your son Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, has sent me to you, saying, shall I recover of this sickness? Elisha said to him, go tell him, you shall surely recover. However, the Lord has shown me that he shall surely die. He settled his gaze steadfastly on him until he was ashamed, and the man of God wept. Hazael said, why does my Lord weep? He answered, because I know the evil that you will do to the children of Israel. Their strongholds you will set on fire, and their young men you will kill with the sword, and you will dash in pieces their little ones, and rip up their women with child. Hazael said, but what is your servant who is but a dog that he should do this great thing? Elisha answered, the Lord has shown me that you will be king over Syria. Then he departed from Elisha and came to his master, who said to him, what did Elisha say to you? He answered, he told me that you would surely recover. It happened on the next day that he took the cover and dipped it in water and spread it on his face so that he died, and Hazael reigned in his place. In the 5th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, Jehoshaphat being then king of Judah, Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, began to reign. 32 years old he was when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. He walked in the way of the kings of Israel, as did the house of Ahab, for he had the daughter of Ahab as a wife, and he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. However, the Lord would not destroy Judah for David his servant's sake, as he promised him to give him a lamb for his children always. In his days, Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah, and made a king over themselves. Then Joram passed over to Zaire, and all his chariots with him, and he rose up by night, and struck the Edomites who surrounded him, and the captains of the chariots, and the people fled to their tents. So Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah to this day. Then Libnah revolted at the same time. The rest of the acts of Joram, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? Joram slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, and Ahaziah his son reigned in his place. In the 12th year of Joram the son of Ahab, king of Israel, did Ahaziah the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, begin to reign. 22 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah, the daughter of Omri, king of Israel. He walked in the way of the house of Ahab, and did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, as did the house of Ahab, for he was the son-in-law of the house of Ahab. He went with Joram the son of Ahab to war against Hazael, king of Syria, at Ramoth Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram. King Joram returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which the Syrians had given him at Ramah, when he fought against Hazael, king of Syria. Ahaziah the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to see Joram the son of Ahab in Jezreel, because he was sick. Chapter 9. Elisha the prophet called one of the sons of the prophets and said to him, Gird up your loins, and take this vial of oil in your hand, and go to Ramoth Gilead. When you come there, look for Jehu the son of Jehoshaphat the son of Nimshi, and go in, and make him rise up from among his brothers, and carry him to an inner room. Then take the vial of oil, and pour it on his head, and say, Thus says the Lord, I have anointed you king over Israel. Then open the door and flee, and don't wait. So the young man, even the young man the prophet, went to Ramoth Gilead. When he came, the captains of the host were sitting, and he said, I have an errand to you, captain. Jehu said, To which of us all? He said, To you, O captain. He arose and went into the house, and he poured the oil on his head and said to him, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I have anointed you king over the people of the Lord, even over Israel. You shall strike the house of Ahab your master, that I may avenge the blood of my servants the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of the Lord, at the hand of Jezebel. For the whole house of Ahab shall perish, and I will cut off from Ahab every man-child, and him who is shut up, and him who is left at large in Israel. I will make the house of Ahab like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha the son of Ahijah. The dogs shall eat Jezebel in the portion of Jezreel, and there shall be none to bury her. He opened the door and fled. Then Jehu came forth to the servants of his Lord, and one said to him, Is all well? Why did this mad fellow come to you? He said to them, You know the man and what his talk is. They said, It's not true, tell us now. He said, Thus and thus he spoke to me, saying, Thus says the Lord, I have anointed you king over Israel. Then they hurried, and took every man his garment, and put it under him on the top of the stairs, and blew the trumpet, saying, Jehu is king. So Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, conspired against Joram. Now Joram was keeping Ramoth Gilead, he and all Israel, because of Hazael, king of Syria. But King Joram had returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which the Syrians had given him when he fought with Hazael, king of Syria. Jehu said, If this be your mind, then let none escape, and go forth out of the city to go tell it in Jezreel. So Jehu rode in a chariot and went to Jezreel, for Joram lay there. Ahaziah, king of Judah, was come down to see Joram. Now the watchman was standing on the tower in Jezreel, And he spied the company of Jehu as they came, and said, I see a company. Joram said, Take a horseman and send to meet them, and let him say, Is it peace? So there went one on horseback to meet him, and said, Thus says the king, Is it peace? Jehu said, What do you have to do with peace? Get behind me. The watchman told, saying, The messenger came to them, but he isn't coming back. Then he sent out a second messenger on horseback, who came to them and said, Thus says the king, Do you come peaceably? Jehu answered, What do you know about peace? Get behind me. The watchman told the king, saying, He came to them and isn't coming back. And the driving is like the driving of Jehu, the son of Nimshi, for he drives furiously. Joram said, Make ready. They made ready his chariot. Joram, king of Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, went out, each in his chariot. And they went out to meet Jehu, and found him in the portion of Naboth the Jezreelite. It happened, when Joram saw Jehu, that he said, Is it peace, Jehu? He answered, What peace, so long as the prostitution of your mother Jezebel and her witchcraft abound? Joram turned his hands and fled, and said to Ahaziah, There is treachery, Ahaziah. Jehu drew his bow with his full strength, and struck Joram between his arms, and the arrow went out at his heart, and he sunk down in his chariot. Then Jehu said to Bidkar his captain, Take him up, and cast him in the portion of the field of Naboth the Jezreelite. For do you remember how that when you and I rode together with Ahab his father, the Lord laid this burden on him? Surely I have seen yesterday the blood of Naboth, and the blood of his son, said the Lord, and I will return it to you in this very place, says the Lord. Now therefore take and cast him into the plot of ground, according to the word of the Lord. But when Ahaziah the king of Judah saw this, he fled by the way of the garden house. Jehu followed after him and said, Smite him also in the chariot. And they struck him at the ascent of Gur, which is by Iblaim. He fled to Megiddo and died there. His servants carried him in a chariot to Jerusalem, and buried him in his tomb with his fathers in the city of David. In the 11th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, began Ahaziah to reign over Judah. When Jehu was come to Jezreel, Jezebel heard of it, and she painted her eyes, and attired her head, and looked out at the window. As Jehu entered in at the gate, she said, Is it peace, you Zimri, your master's murderer? He lifted up his face to the window and said, Who is on my side? Who? They looked out at him, 2 or 3 eunuchs. He said, Throw her down. So they threw her down, and some of her blood was sprinkled on the wall and on the horses, and he trod her underfoot. When he had come in, he ate and drank, and he said, See now to this cursed woman, and bury her, for she is a king's daughter. They went to bury her, but they found in the skull and the feet and the palms of her hands. Therefore they came back and told him. He said, This is the word of the Lord, which he spoke by his servant Elijah the Tishbite, saying, In the portion of Jezreel shall the dogs eat the flesh of Jezebel, and the body of Jezebel shall be as dung on the face of the field in the portion of Jezreel, so that they shall not say, This is Jezebel. Chapter 10. Now Ahab had 70 sons in Samaria. Jehu wrote letters and sent to Samaria, to the rulers of Jezreel, even the elders, and to those who brought up the sons of Ahab, saying, Now as soon as this letter comes to you, seeing your master's sons are with you, and there are with you chariots and horses, a fortified city also in armor, look out the best, and meet of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne, and fight for your master's house. But they were very afraid, and said, Behold, the 2 kings didn't stand before him. How then shall we stand? He who was over the household, and he who was over the city, the elders also, and those who brought up the children, sent to Jehu, saying, We are your servants, and will do all that you bid us. We will not make any man king. You do that which is good in your eyes. Then he wrote a letter the second time to them, saying, If you be on my side, and if you will listen to my voice, Take the heads of the men, your master's sons, and come to me to Jezreel by tomorrow at this time. Now the king's sons, being 70 persons, were with the great men of the city who brought them up. It happened, when the letter came to them, that they took the king's sons and killed them, even 70 persons, and put their heads in baskets, and sent them to him in Jezreel. A messenger came and told him, saying, They have brought the heads of the king's sons. He said, Lay them in 2 heaps at the entrance of the gate until the morning. It happened in the morning that he went out and stood and said to all the people, You are righteous. Behold, I conspired against my master and killed him. But who struck all these? Know now that there shall fall to the earth nothing of the word of the Lord, which the Lord spoke concerning the house of Ahab. For the Lord has done that which he spoke by his servant Elijah. So Jehu struck all that remained of the house of Ahab in Jezreel, and all his great men, and his familiar friends, and his priests, until he left him none remaining. He arose and departed, and went to Samaria. As he was at the shearing house of the shepherds in the way, Jehu met with the brothers of Ahaziah, king of Judah, and said, Who are you? They answered, We are the brothers of Ahaziah, and we go down to greet the children of the king and the children of the queen. Jehu said, Take them alive. They took them alive and killed them at the pit of the shearing house, 42 men. Neither did he leave any of them alive. When he had left there, he came upon Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, coming to meet him, and he greeted him and said to him, Is your heart right, as my heart is with your heart? Jehonadab answered, It is. If it be, give me your hand. He gave him his hand, and he took him up into the chariot. He said, Come with me and see my zeal for the Lord. So they made him ride in his chariot. When he came to Samaria, he struck all who remained to Ahab in Samaria, until he had destroyed him, according to the word of the Lord which he spoke to Elijah. Jehu gathered all the people together and said to them, Ahab served Baal a little, but Jehu will serve him much. Now therefore call to me all the prophets of Baal, all his worshippers, and all his priests. Let none be missing, for I have a great sacrifice to do for Baal. Whoever shall be missing, he shall not live. But Jehu said this in deceit, to the intent that he might destroy the worshippers of Baal. Jehu said, Sanctify a solemn assembly for Baal. They proclaimed it. Jehu sent throughout all Israel, and all the worshippers of Baal came, so that there was not a man left that didn't come. They came into the house of Baal, and the house of Baal was filled from one end to another. He said to him who was over the vestry, Bring forth the garments for all the worshippers of Baal. He brought them the garments. Jehu went, and Jehonadab the son of Rechab, into the house of Baal, and he said to the worshippers of Baal, Search and look that there be none with you of the servants of the Lord, but the worshippers of Baal only. They went in to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings. Now Jehu had appointed 80 men outside, and said, If any of the men whom I bring into your hands escape, he who lets him go, his life shall be for the life of him that has escaped. It happened, as soon as he had made an end of offering the burnt offering, that Jehu said to the guard and to the captains, Go in and kill them, let none come out. They struck them with the edge of the sword, and the guard and the captains cast them out, and went to the city of the house of Baal. They brought forth the pillars that were in the house of Baal and burned them. They broke down the pillar of Baal, and broke down the house of Baal, and made it a latrine to this day. Thus Jehu destroyed Baal out of Israel. However, from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin, Jehu didn't depart after them, even the golden calves that were in Bethel and that were in Dan. The Lord said to Jehu, Because you have done well in executing that which is right in my eyes, and have done to the house of Ahab according to all that was in my heart, your sons of the 4th generation shall sit on the throne of Israel. But Jehu took no heed to walk in the law of the Lord, the God of Israel, with all his heart. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam, with which he made Israel to sin. In those days the Lord began to cut off from Israel, and Hazael struck them in all the borders of Israel, from the Jordan eastward, all the land of Gilead, the Gadites and the Reubenites and the Manassites from Aroer, which is by the valley of Arnon, even Gilead and Bashan. Now the rest of the acts of Jehu, and all that he did, and all his might, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel? Jehu slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria. Jehoahaz, his son, reigned in his place. The time that Jehu reigned over Israel in Samaria was 28 years. Chapter 11. Now when Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the royal seed. But Jehoshaphat, the daughter of King Joram, sister of Ahaziah, took Joash, the son of Ahaziah, and stole him away from among the king's sons who were slain, even him and his nurse, and put them in the bedchamber, and they hid him from Athaliah, so that he was not slain. He was with her hid in the house of the Lord 6 years. Athaliah reigned over the land. In the 7th year, Jehoiada sent and brought the captains over hundreds of the Kerites and of the guard, and brought them to the house of the Lord. And he made a covenant with them, and took an oath of them in the house of the Lord, and showed them the king's son. He commanded them, saying, This is the thing you shall do. A third part of you who come in on the Sabbath shall be keepers of the watch of the king's house. A third part shall be at the gate Sur, and a third part at the gate behind the guard. So shall you keep the watch of the house, and be a barrier. The 2 companies of you, even all who go forth on the Sabbath, shall keep the watch of the house of the Lord about the king. You shall compass the king round about, every man with his weapons in his hand, and he who comes within the ranks let him be slain, and be with the king when he goes out, and when he comes in. The captains over hundreds did according to all that Jehoiada the priest commanded, and they took every man his men, those who were to come in on the Sabbath, with those who were to go out on the Sabbath, and came to Jehoiada the priest. The priest delivered to the captains over hundreds the spears and the shields that had been King David's, which were in the house of the Lord. The guard stood, every man with his weapons in his hand, from the right side of the house to the left side of the house, along by the altar, and the house by the king round about. Then he brought out the king's son, and put the crown on him, and gave him the testimony. And they made him king and anointed him, and they clapped their hands and said, Long live the king. When Athaliah heard the noise of the guard and of the people, she came to the people into the house of the Lord. And she looked, and behold, the king stood by the pillar, as the manner was, and the captains and the trumpets by the king. And all the people of the land rejoiced and blew trumpets. Then Athaliah tore her clothes and cried, Treason, treason. Jehoiada the priest commanded the captains of the hundreds who were set over the host, and said to them, Bring her forth between the ranks, and let him who follows her kill her with the sword. For the priest said, Don't let her be slain in the house of the Lord. So they made way for her, and she went by the way of the horse's entry to the king's house, and there she was slain. Jehoiada made a covenant between the Lord and the king and the people, that they should be the Lord's people, between the king also and the people. All the people of the land went to the house of Baal and broke it down. His altars and his images they broke in pieces thoroughly, and killed Matan the priest of Baal before the altars. The priest appointed officers over the house of the Lord. He took the captains over hundreds, and the Kerites and the guards, and all the people of the land, and they brought down the king from the house of the Lord, and came by the way of the gate of the guard to the king's house. He sat on the throne of the kings. So all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet. Athaliah they had slain with the sword at the king's house. Jehoash was 7 years old when he began to reign. Chapter 12. In the 7th year of Jehu, Joash began to reign, and he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Zabiah of Beersheba. Jehoash did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord all his days in which Jehoiada the priest instructed him. However, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and burned incense in the high places. Jehoash said to the priest, All the money of the holy things that is brought into the house of the Lord in current money, the money of persons for whom each man is rated, And all the money that comes into any man's heart to bring into the house of the Lord, let the priest take it to them, every man from his acquaintance, and they shall repair the breaches of the house, wherever any breach shall be found. But it happened that in the 23rd year of King Jehoash, the priest had not repaired the breaches of the house. Then King Jehoash called for Jehoiada the priest and for the other priests and said to them, Why don't you repair the breaches of the house? Now therefore take no more money from your acquaintance, but deliver it for the breaches of the house. The priest consented that they should take no more money from the people, neither repair the breaches of the house. But Jehoiada the priest took a chest and bore a hole in the lid of it and set it beside the altar on the right side as one comes into the house of the Lord. And the priest who kept the threshold put in it all the money that was brought into the house of the Lord. It happened, when they saw that there was so much money in the chest, that the king's scribe and high priest came up, and they put it in bags and counted the money that was found in the house of the Lord. They gave the money that was weighed out into the hands of those who did the work, who had the oversight of the Lord's house, and they paid it out to the carpenters and the builders who worked on the house of the Lord, and to the masons and the stone cutters, and for buying timber and hewn stone to repair the breaches of the house of the Lord, and for all that was laid out for the house to repair it. But there were not made for the house of the Lord cups of silver, snuffers, basins, trumpets, any vessels of gold or vessels of silver, of the money that was brought into the house of the Lord, for they gave that to those who did the work, and repaired the house of the Lord. Moreover, they didn't demand an accounting from the men into whose hand they delivered the money to give to those who did the work, for they dealt faithfully. The money for the trespass offerings and the money for the sin offerings was not brought into the house of the Lord. It belonged to the priest. Then Hazael, king of Syria, went up and fought against Gath and took it. And Hazael set his face to go up to Jerusalem. Jehoash, king of Judah, took all the holy things that Jehoshaphat and Jehoram and Ahaziah his fathers, kings of Judah, had dedicated, and his own holy things, and all the gold that was found in the treasures of the house of the Lord and of the king's house, and sent it to Hazael, king of Syria, and he went away from Jerusalem. Now the rest of the acts of Joash, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? His servants rose and made a conspiracy, and struck Joash at the house of Milo, on the way that goes down to Silla. For Jozachar, the son of Shimeath, and Jehozabad, the son of Shomer, his servants, struck him, and he died. And they buried him with his fathers in the city of David, and Amaziah his son reigned in his place. Chapter 13. In the 23rd year of Joash, the son of Ahaziah, king of Judah, Jehoahaz the son of Jehu began to reign over Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 17 years. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, and followed the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. He didn't depart from it. The anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he delivered them into the hand of Hazael king of Syria, and into the hand of Ben-Hadad the son of Hazael continually. Jehoahaz begged the Lord, and the Lord listened to him, for he saw the oppression of Israel, how that the king of Syria oppressed them. The Lord gave Israel a savior, so that they went out from under the hand of the Syrians, and the children of Israel lived in their tents as before. Nevertheless, they didn't depart from the sins of the house of Jeroboam, with which he made Israel to sin, but walked therein, and there remained the Asherah also in Samaria. For he didn't leave to Jehoahaz of the people but 50 horsemen, and 10 chariots, and 10,000 footmen. For the king of Syria destroyed them and made them like the dust in the threshing. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoahaz, and all that he did, and his might, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? Jehoahaz slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria, and Jehoash his son reigned in his place. In the 37th year of Joash king of Judah began Jehoash the son of Jehoahaz to reign over Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 16 years. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't depart from all the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin, but he walked in them. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoash, and all that he did, and his might with which he fought against Amaziah, king of Judah, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? Jehoash slept with his fathers, and Jeroboam sat on his throne, and Jehoash was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. Now Elisha had become ill from the sickness of which he died, and Jehoash the king of Israel came down to him and wept over him, and said, my father, the chariots of Israel and its horsemen. Elisha said to him, take a bow and arrows. And he picked up a bow and arrows. He said to the king of Israel, put your hand on the bow. And he put his hand on it. Elisha laid his hands on the king's hands. He said, open the window eastward. And he opened it. Then Elisha said, shoot. And he shot. He said, the Lord's arrow of victory, even the arrow of victory over Syria. For you shall strike the Syrians in Aphek until you have consumed them. He said, take the arrows. And he took them. He said to the king of Israel, smite the ground. And he struck 3 times and stopped. The man of God was angry with him and said, you should have struck 5 or 6 times. Then you would have struck Syria until you had consumed them. Whereas now you shall strike Syria but 3 times. Elisha died and they buried him. Now the bands of the Moabites invaded the land at the beginning of the year. It happened, as they were burying a man, that behold, they spied a band, and they cast the man into the tomb of Elisha. And as soon as the man touched the bones of Elisha, he revived and stood up on his feet. Hazael, king of Syria, oppressed Israel all the days of Jehoahaz. But the Lord was gracious to them, and had compassion on them, and had respect for them, because of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and would not destroy them, neither cast them from his presence yet. Hazael, king of Syria, died, and Ben-Hadad his son reigned in his place. Jehoash, the son of Jehoahaz, took again out of the hand of Ben-Hadad, the son of Hazael, the cities, which he had taken out of the hand of Jehoahaz his father by war. 3 times did Jehoash strike him, and recovered the cities of Israel. Chapter 14. In the 2nd year of Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel, began Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah, to reign. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Jehoadin of Jerusalem. He did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, yet not like David his father. He did according to all that Joash his father had done. However, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places. It happened, as soon as the kingdom was established in his hand, that he killed his servants who had slain the king his father. But the children of the murderers he didn't put to death, according to that which is written in the book of the law of Moses, as the Lord commanded, saying, the fathers shall not be put to death for the children, nor the children be put to death for the fathers, but every man shall die for his own sin. He killed of Edom in the valley of Salt 10,000, and took Selah by war, and called the name of it Joktheel to this day. Then Amaziah sent messengers to Jehoash, the son of Jehoahaz, son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, come, let's look one another in the face. Jehoash, the king of Israel, sent to Amaziah, king of Judah, saying, the thistle that was in Lebanon sent to the cedar that was in Lebanon, saying, give your daughter to my son as a wife. And there passed by a wild animal that was in Lebanon, and trod down the thistle. You have indeed struck Edom, and your heart has lifted you up. Glory in your victory, but abide at home. For why should you meddle to your hurt that you should fall, even you and Judah with you? But Amaziah would not listen. So Jehoash, king of Israel, went up. He and Amaziah, king of Judah, looked one another in the face at Beth-Shemesh, which belongs to Judah. Judah was put to the worst before Israel, and they fled every man to his tent. Jehoash, king of Israel, took Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Ahaziah, at Beth-Shemesh, and came to Jerusalem, and broke down the wall of Jerusalem, from the gate of Ephraim to the corner gate, 400 cubits. He took all the gold and silver, and all the vessels that were found in the house of the Lord, and in the treasures of the king's house, the hostages also, and returned to Samaria. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoash which he did, and his might, and how he fought with Amaziah king of Judah, aren't they in the books of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? Jehoash slept with his fathers, and was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel, and Jeroboam his son reigned in his place. Amaziah the son of Joash king of Judah lived after the death of Jehoash son of Jehoahaz king of Israel 15 years. Now the rest of the acts of Amaziah, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? They made a conspiracy against him in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish, but they sent after him to Lachish and killed him there. They brought him on horses, and he was buried in Jerusalem with his fathers in the city of David. All the people of Judah took Azariah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the place of his father Amaziah. He built Elath and restored it to Judah. After that, the king slept with his fathers. In the 15th year of Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah, Jeroboam, the son of Jehoash, king of Israel, began to reign in Samaria, and he reigned 41 years. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't depart from all the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. He restored the border of Israel, the entrance of Hamath to the sea of the Arabah, according to the word of the Lord, the God of Israel, which he spoke by his servant Jonah, the son of Amittai the prophet, who was of Gath-hepher. For the Lord saw the affliction of Israel, that it was very bitter, for there was none shut up, nor left at large, neither was there any helper for Israel. The Lord didn't say that he would blot out the name of Israel from under the sky, but he saved them by the hand of Jeroboam, the son of Jehoash. Now the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, and all that he did, and his might, how he warred, and how he recovered Damascus and Hamath, which had belonged to Judah for Israel, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? Jeroboam slept with his fathers, even with the kings of Israel, and Zechariah his son reigned in his place. Chapter 15. In the 27th year of Jeroboam king of Israel, Azariah the son of Amaziah king of Judah began to reign. He was 16 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Jechaliah of Jerusalem. He did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that his father Amaziah had done. However, the high places were not taken away. People still sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places. The Lord struck the king, so that he was a leper to the day of his death, and lived in a separate house. Jotham the king's son was over the household, judging the people of the land. Now the rest of the acts of Azariah, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? Azariah slept with his fathers, and they buried him with his fathers in the city of David, and Jotham his son reigned in his place. In the 38th year of Azariah king of Judah, did Zechariah the son of Jeroboam reign over Israel in Samaria 6 months. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, as his fathers had done. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. Shallum the son of Jabesh conspired against him, and struck him before the people, and killed him, and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Zechariah, behold, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? This was the word of the Lord which he spoke to Jehu, saying, Your sons to the 4th generation shall sit on the throne of Israel. So it came to pass. Shallum the son of Jabesh began to reign in the 39th year of Uzziah king of Judah, and he reigned the space of a month in Samaria. Menahem the son of Gadai went up from Tirzah, and came to Samaria, and struck Shallum the son of Jabesh in Samaria, and killed him, and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Shallum, and his conspiracy which he made, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. Then Menahem struck Tirzah, and all who were in it, and the borders of it, from Tirzah, because they didn't open to him. Therefore he struck it, and all the women therein who were with child he ripped up. In the 39th year of Azariah king of Judah began Menahem the son of Gadai to reign over Israel and he reigned 10 years in Samaria. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't depart all his days from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. There came against the land Pul, the king of Assyria, and Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver, that his hand might be with him to confirm the kingdom in his hand. Menahem exacted the money of Israel, even of all the mighty men of wealth, of each man 50 shekels of silver, to give to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria turned back, and didn't stay there in the land. Now the rest of the acts of Menahem, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? Menahem slept with his fathers, and Pekahiah his son reigned in his place. In the 50th year of Azariah king of Judah, Pekahiah the son of Menahem began to reign over Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 2 years. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. Pekah the son of Remaliah his captain conspired against him, and struck him in Samaria, in the castle of the king's house, with Argob and Araiah. With him were 50 men of the Gileadites, and he killed him, and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Pekahiah, and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. In the 52nd year of Azariah king of Judah, Pekah the son of Remaliah began to reign over Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 20 years. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. In the days of Pekah king of Israel, came Tiglath-Pileser king of Assyria, and took Ajan, and Abel Beth-Maachah, and Genoa, and Kadesh, and Hazor, and Gilead, and Galilee, all the land of Naphtali, and he carried them captive to Assyria. Hoshea the son of Elah made a conspiracy against Pekah the son of Remaliah, and struck him and killed him, and reigned in his place in the 20th year of Jotham the son of Uzziah. Now the rest of the acts of Pekah, and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. In the 2nd year of Pekah the son of Remaliah king of Israel, began Jotham the son of Uzziah king of Judah to reign. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jerusha, the daughter of Zadok. He did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord. He did according to all that his father Uzziah had done. However, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and burned incense in the high places. He built the upper gate of the Lord's house. Now the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? In those days the Lord began to sin against Judah Rezin the king of Syria, and Pekah the son of Remaliah. Jotham slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David his father, and Ahaz his son reigned in his place. Chapter 16. In the 17th year of Pekah the son of Remaliah, Ahaz the son of Jotham king of Judah began to reign. He was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And he didn't do that which was right in the eyes of the Lord his God, like David his father. But he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, yes, and made his son to pass through the fire, according to the abominations of the nations, whom the Lord cast out from before the children of Israel. He sacrificed and burned incense in the high places, and on the hills, and under every green tree. Then Rezin king of Syria, and Pekah son of Remaliah king of Israel, came up to Jerusalem to make war, and they besieged Ahaz, but could not overcome him. At that time Rezin king of Syria recovered Elath to Syria, and drove the Jews from Elath, and the Syrians came to Elath and lived there to this day. So Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser king of Assyria, saying, I am your servant and your son. Come up and save me out of the hand of the king of Syria, and out of the hand of the king of Israel, who rise up against me. Ahaz took the silver and gold that were found in the house of the Lord, and in the treasures of the king's house, and sent it for a present to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria listened to him, and the king of Assyria went up against Damascus, and took it, and carried the people of it captive to Kir, and killed Rezin. King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser king of Assyria, and saw the altar that was at Damascus. And King Ahaz sent to Arijah the priest the manner of the altar and the pattern of it, according to all the workmanship of it. Ahijah the priest built an altar, according to all that King Ahaz had sent from Damascus. So did Ahijah the priest make it against the coming of Ahaz from Damascus. When the king had come from Damascus, the king saw the altar, and the king drew near to the altar and made offerings on it. He burnt his burnt offering and his meal offering, and poured his drink offering, and sprinkled the blood of his peace offerings on the altar. The brazen altar which was before the Lord, he brought from the forefront of the house from between his altar and the house of the Lord, and put it on the north side of his altar. King Ahaz commanded Ahijah the priest, saying, On the great altar burn the morning burnt offering, and the evening meal offering, and the king's burnt offering and his meal offering, with the burnt offering of all the people of the land and their meal offerings and their drink offerings, and sprinkle on it the blood of the burnt offering and all the blood of the sacrifice. But the brazen altar shall be for me to inquire by. Thus did Ahijah the priest, according to all that King Ahaz commanded. King Ahaz cut off the panels of the bases, and removed the basin from off them, and took down the seat from off the brazen oxen that were under it, and put it on a pavement of stone. The covered way for the Sabbath that they had built in the house, and the king's entry outside, he turned to the house of the Lord, because of the king of Assyria. Now the rest of the acts of Ahaz which he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? Ahaz slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, and Hezekiah his son reigned in his place. Chapter 17. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, began Hoshea the son of Elah to reign in Samaria over Israel, and he reigned 9 years. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, yet not as the kings of Israel who were before him. Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against him, and Hoshea became his servant, and brought him tribute. The king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and offered no tribute to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up, and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land, and went to Samaria, and besieged it 3 years. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria, and carried Israel away to Assyria, and placed them in Hala, and on the Habor, the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. This happened because the children of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God, who brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and they had feared other gods, and walked in the statutes of the nations, whom the Lord had cast out from before the children of Israel, and from before their kings. The children of Israel did secretly things that were not right against the Lord their God, and they built high places in all their cities, from the tower of the watchman to the fortified city, and they set up pillars and Asherim on every high hill, and under every green tree, and there they burnt incense in all the high places, as did the nations whom the Lord had carried away before them. And they worked wicked things to provoke the Lord to anger, and they served idols, of which the Lord had said to them, You shall not do this thing. Yet the Lord testified to Israel and to Judah by every prophet and every seer, saying, Turn from your evil ways, and keep my commandments and my statutes, according to all the law which I commanded your fathers, and which I sent to you by my servants the prophets. But they would not hear, but hardened their neck, like the neck of their fathers, who didn't believe in the Lord their God. They rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies with which he testified to them. And they followed vanity, and became vain, and went after the nations that were round about them, concerning whom the Lord had charged those, that they should not be like them. They forsook all the commandments of their Lord their God, and made molten images, even 2 calves, and made an Asherah, and worshipped all the hosts of the sky, and served Baal. They caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divination and enchantments, and sold themselves to do that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only. And Judah also didn't keep the commandments of the Lord their God, but walked in the statutes of Israel which they had made. The Lord rejected all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers, until he had cast them out of his sight. For he tore Israel from the house of David, and they made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king, And Jeroboam drove Israel from following the Lord, and made them sin a great sin. The children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam which he did, and they didn't depart from them, until the Lord removed Israel from out of his sight, as he spoke by all his servants the prophets. So Israel was carried away out of their own land to Assyria to this day. The king of Assyria brought men from Babylon, and from Cutha, and from Ava, and from Hamath, and from Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel, and they possessed Samaria and lived in the cities of it. So it was at the beginning of their dwelling there that they didn't fear the Lord. Therefore the Lord sent lions among them, which killed some of them. Then they spoke to the king of Assyria, saying, The nations which you have carried away and placed in the cities of Samaria don't know the law of the God of the land. Therefore he has sent lions among them, and they kill them, because they don't know the law of the God of this land. Then the king of Assyria commanded, saying, Carry there one of the priests whom you brought from there, and let him go and dwell there, and let him teach them the law of the God of the land. So one of the priests whom they had carried away from Samaria came and lived in Bethel, and taught them how they should fear the Lord. However, every nation made gods of their own, and put them in the houses of the high places which the Samaritans had made, every nation in their cities in which they lived. The men of Babylon made Succoth Benoth, and the men of Cuth made Nergal, and the men of Hamath made Ashima, and the Avites made Nibhaz and Tartak, and the Sebarites burnt their children in the fire to Adramelech and Anamelech, the gods of Sepharvaim. So they feared the Lord, and made to them from among themselves priests of the high places, who sacrificed for them in the houses of the high places. They feared the Lord, and served their own gods, after the manner of the nations from among whom they had been carried away. They follow these practices to this day. They don't fear the Lord, neither do they follow after his statutes, or after his ordinances, or after the law, or after the commandment which the Lord commanded the children of Jacob, whom he named Israel, with whom the Lord had made a covenant and charged them, saying, You shall not fear other gods, nor bow yourselves to them, nor serve them, nor sacrifice to them, but the Lord, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt with great power and with an outstretched arm, him shall you fear, and to him shall you bow yourself, and to him shall you sacrifice. And the statutes and the ordinances, and the law and the commandment which he wrote for you, you shall observe to do forever, and you shall not fear other gods. And the covenant that I have made with you, you shall not forget, neither shall you fear other gods. But the Lord your God shall you fear, and he will deliver you out of the hand of all your enemies. However, they did not listen, but they did after their former manner. So these nations feared the Lord, but served their engraved images, their children likewise, and their children's children, as did their fathers, so they do to this day. Chapter 18. Now it happened in the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah. He did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. He removed the high places, and broke the pillars, and cut down the Asherah, and he broke in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made. For to those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it, and he called it Nehushtan. He trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel, so that after him was none like him among all the kings of Judah, nor among them that were before him. For he joined with the Lord. He didn't depart from following him, but kept his commandments, which the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord was with him. Wherever he went forth, he prospered. And he rebelled against the king of Assyria and didn't serve him. He struck the plaza and the borders of it, from the tower of the watchman to the fortified city. It happened in the 4th year of King Hezekiah, which was the 7th year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria and besieged it. At the end of 3 years they took it, and in the 6th year of Hezekiah, which was the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel, Samaria was taken. The king of Assyria carried Israel away to Assyria, and put them in Hala, and on the Habor, the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes, because they didn't obey the voice of the Lord their God, but transgressed his covenant, even all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded, and would not hear it nor do it. Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the fortified cities of Judah and took them. Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish, saying, I have offended. Return from me. That which you put on me I will bear. The king of Assyria appointed to Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the house of the Lord and in the treasures of the king's house. At that time Hezekiah cut off the gold from the doors of the temple of the Lord and from the pillars which Hezekiah, king of Judah, had overlaid, and he gave it to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria sent Tartan and Rabsaris and Rabshakeh from Lachish to King Hezekiah with a great army to Jerusalem. They went up and came to Jerusalem. When they were come up, they came and stood by the conduit of the upper pool, which is in the highway of the fuller's field. When they had called to the king, there came out to them Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joah the son of Asaph the recorder. Rabshakeh said to them, Say now to Hezekiah, Thus says the great king, the king of Assyria, What confidence is this in which you trust? You say, but they are vain words. There is counsel and strength for the war. Now on whom do you trust that you have rebelled against me? Now behold, you trust on the staff of this bruised reed, even on Egypt, whereon if a man lean, it will go through his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who trust in him. But if you tell me, we trust in the Lord our God, isn't that he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah has taken away, and has said to Judah and to Jerusalem, You shall worship before this altar in Jerusalem? Now therefore, please give pledges to my master the king of Assyria, and I will give you 2,000 horses, if you are able on your part to set riders on them. How then can you turn away the face of one captain of the least of my master's servants, and put your trust on Egypt for chariots and horsemen? Am I now come up without the Lord against this place to destroy it? The Lord said to me, Go up against this land and destroy it. Then Eliakim the son of Hilkiah, and Shebna, and Joah said to Rabshakeh, Please speak to your servants in the Syrian language, for we understand it, and don't speak with us in the Jews' language, in the ears of the people who are on the wall. But Rabshakeh said to them, Has my master sent me to your master and to you to speak these words? Hasn't he sent me to the men who sit on the wall, who eat their own dung and drink their own water with you? Then Rabshakeh stood and cried with a loud voice in the Jews' language and spoke, saying, Hear the word of the great king, the king of Assyria. Thus says the king, Don't let Hezekiah deceive you, for he will not be able to deliver you out of his hand. Neither let Hezekiah make you trust in the Lord, saying, The Lord will surely deliver us, and this city shall not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. Don't listen to Hezekiah, for thus says the king of Assyria, Make your peace with me and come out to me, and every one of you shall eat of his vine and of his fig tree, and every one shall drink the waters of his own cistern, until I come and take you away to a land like your own land, a land of grain and new wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive trees and honey, that you may live and not die. And don't listen to Hezekiah when he persuades you, saying, The Lord will deliver us. Has any of the gods of the nations ever delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and of Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Eva? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hand? Who are they among all the gods of the countries that had delivered their country out of my hand, that the Lord should deliver Jerusalem out of my hand? But the people held their peace, and answered him not a word, for the king's commandment was, saying, Don't answer him. Then Eliakim the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joah the son of Asaph the recorder, came to Hezekiah with their clothes torn, and told him the words of Rabshakeh. Chapter 19. It happened, when King Hezekiah heard it, that he tore his clothes and covered himself with sackcloth, and went into the house of the Lord. He sent Eliakim, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, the elders of the priests covered with sackcloth to Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos. They said to him, Thus says Hezekiah, This is a day of trouble, and of rebuke, and of rejection, for the children are come to the birth, and there is not enough strength to bring them forth. It may be that the Lord your God will hear all the words of Rabshakeh, whom the king of Assyria his master has sent to defy the living God, and will rebuke the words which the Lord your God has heard. Therefore lift up your prayer for the remnant that is left. So the servants of King Hezekiah came to Isaiah. Isaiah said to them, Thus shall you tell your master. Thus says the Lord, Don't be afraid of the words that you have heard, with which the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. Behold, I will put a spirit in him, and he shall hear news, and shall return to his own land, and I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land. So Rabshakeh returned and found the king of Assyria warring against Libnah, for he had heard that he was departed from Lachish. When he heard say of Tirkah, king of Ethiopia, Behold, he has come out to fight against you, he sent messengers to Hezekiah again, saying, Thus shall you speak to Hezekiah the king of Judah, saying, Don't let your God in whom you trust deceive you, saying, Jerusalem shall not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. Behold, you have heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands, by destroying them utterly. And shall you be delivered? Have the gods of the nations delivered them which my fathers have destroyed? Gozan, Haran, and Reseph, and the children of Eden that were in Telassar? Where is the king of Hamath, the king of Arpad, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Eva? Hezekiah received the letter from the hand of the messengers and read it. And Hezekiah went up to the house of the Lord and spread it before the Lord. Hezekiah prayed before the Lord and said, O Lord, God of Israel, who sits above the cherubim, you are God, even you alone of all the kingdoms of the earth, for you have made heaven and earth. Incline your ear, O Lord, and hear. Open your eyes, Lord, and see, and hear the words of Sennacherib, with which he has sent him to defy the living God. Of a truth, Lord, the kings of Assyria have laid waste the nations and their lands, and have cast their gods into the fire, for they were no gods, but the work of men's hands, wood and stone. Therefore they have destroyed them. Now therefore, O Lord our God, save us, I beg you, out of his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you are the Lord God alone. Then Isaiah the son of Amos sent to Hezekiah, saying, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, whereas you have prayed to me against Sennacherib, king of Assyria, I have heard you. This is the word that the Lord has spoken concerning him. The virgin daughter of Zion has despised you and ridiculed you. The daughter of Jerusalem has shaken her head at you. Whom have you defied and blasphemed? And against who have you exalted your voice and lifted up your eyes on high? Even against the Holy One of Israel. By your messengers you have defied the Lord, and have said, With the multitude of my chariots I am come up to the height of the mountains, to the innermost parts of Lebanon. And I will cut down the tall cedars of it, and the choice fir trees of it, and I will enter into the farthest lodging place, the forest of the fruitful field. I have dug and drunk strange waters, and with the soles of my feet I will dry up all the rivers of Egypt. Haven't you heard how I have done it long ago and formed it of ancient times? Now I have brought it to pass, that it should be yours to lay waste fortified cities into ruinous heaps. Therefore their inhabitants were of small power. They were dismayed and confounded. They were as the grass of the field, and as the green herb, as the grass on the housetops, and as grain blasted before it is grown up. But I know you're sitting down, and you're going out, and you're coming in, and you're raging against me. Because of your raging against me, and because your arrogance has come up into my ears, therefore I will put my hook in your nose, and my bridle in your lips, and I will turn you back by the way which you came. This shall be the sign to you. You shall eat this year of that which grows of itself, and in the second year of that which springs forth of the same. And in the third year you will sow and reap and plant vineyards, and eat the fruit of it. The remnant that has escaped of the house of Judah shall again take root downward, and bear fruit upward. For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant, and out of Mount Zion those who shall escape, The zeal of the Lord of hosts shall perform this. Therefore thus says the Lord concerning the king of Assyria, he shall not come to this city, nor shoot an arrow there, neither shall he come before it with shield, nor cast up a mound against it. By the way that he came, by the same shall he return, and he shall not come to this city, says the Lord. For I will defend this city to save it, for my own sake, and for my servant David's sake. It happened that night that the angel of the Lord went out and struck in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000 men. And when they arose early in the morning, they saw all the dead bodies. So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, departed, and went and returned and lived in Nineveh. It happened, as he was worshipping in the house of Nisroch his god, that Adrammelech and Sharezer struck him with the sword, and they escaped into the land of Ararat. Esarhaddon his son reigned in his place. Chapter 20. In those days Hezekiah was sick unto death. Isaiah the prophet the son of Amos came to see him and said to him, Thus says the Lord, set your house in order, for you shall die and not live. Then he turned his face to the wall and prayed to the Lord, saying, Remember now, Lord, I beg you, how I have walked before you in truth and with a perfect heart, and have done that which is good in your sight. Hezekiah wept greatly. It happened, before Isaiah had gone out into the middle part of the city, that the word of the Lord came to him, saying, Turn back and tell Hezekiah, the prince of my people, Thus says the Lord, the God of David your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will heal you. On the third day you shall go up to the house of the Lord. I will add to your days 15 years, and I will deliver you in this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And I will defend this city for my own sake, and for my servant David's sake. Isaiah said, Take a cake of figs. They took it and laid it on the boil, and he recovered. Hezekiah said to Isaiah, What will be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I should go up to the house of the Lord the third day? Isaiah said, This will be the sign to you from the Lord, that the Lord will do the thing he has spoken. Shall the shadow go forward 10 steps, or go back 10 steps? Hezekiah answered, It is a light thing for the shadow to decline 10 steps. No, but let the shadow return backward 10 steps. Isaiah the prophet cried to the Lord, and he brought the shadow 10 steps backward, by which it had gone down on the dial of Ahaz. At that time, Baladan, the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent letters and a present to Hezekiah, for he had heard that Hezekiah had been sick. Hezekiah listened to them, and showed them all the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold and the spices, and the precious oil, and the house of his armor, and all that was found in his treasuries. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominion, that Hezekiah didn't show them. Then Isaiah the prophet came to King Hezekiah and said to him, What did these men say, and from where did they come? Hezekiah said, They have come from a far country, even from Babylon. He said, What have they seen in your house? Hezekiah answered, All that is in my house they have seen. There is nothing among my treasures that I have not shown them. Isaiah said to Hezekiah, Hear the word of the Lord. Behold, the days come, that all that is in your house, and that which your fathers have laid up in store to this day, shall be carried to Babylon. Nothing shall be left, says the Lord. Of your sons who shall issue from you, whom you shall father, they shall take them away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. Then Hezekiah said to Isaiah, The word of the Lord which you have spoken is good, because there shall be peace and truth in my days. Now the rest of the acts of Hezekiah, and all his might, and how he made the pool and the conduit, and brought water into the city, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? Hezekiah slept with his fathers, and Manasseh his son reigned in his place. Chapter 21. Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Hephzibah. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, after the abominations of the nations whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. For he built again the high places, which Hezekiah his father had destroyed. And he reared up altars for Baal, and made an Asherah, as did Ahab king of Israel, and worshipped all the host of the sky, and served them. He built altars in the house of the Lord, of which the Lord said, In Jerusalem I will put my name. He built altars for all the host of the sky in the two courts of the house of the Lord. He made his son to pass through the fire, and practiced sorcery, and used enchantments, and dealt with those who had familiar spirits and with wizards. He worked much evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. He set the engraved image of Asherah that he had made in the house, of which the Lord said to David and to Solomon his son, In this house and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever. Neither will I cause the feet of Israel to wander any more out of the land which I gave their fathers, if only they will observe to do according to all that I have commanded them, and according to all the law that my servant Moses commanded them. But they didn't listen, and Manasseh seduced them to do that which is evil more than did the nations whom the Lord destroyed before the children of Israel. The Lord spoke by his servants the prophets, saying, Because Manasseh, king of Judah, has done these abominations, and has done wickedly, above all that the Amorites did who were before him, and has made Judah also to sin with his idols. Therefore thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, Behold, I bring such evil on Jerusalem and Judah, that whoever hears of it, both his ears shall tingle. I will stretch over Jerusalem the line of Samaria, and the plummet of the house of Ahab, and I will wipe Jerusalem as a man wipes a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. I will cast off the remnant of my inheritance, and deliver them into the hand of their enemies, and they shall become a prey and a spoil to all their enemies, because they have done that which is evil in my sight, and have provoked me to anger, since the day their fathers came forth out of Egypt, even to this day. Moreover, Manasseh shed innocent blood in great quantity, until he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another, besides his sin with which he made Judah to sin, in doing that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and all that he did, and his sin that he sinned, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? Manasseh slept with his fathers, and was buried in the garden of his own house, in the garden of Uzzah, and Amon his son reigned in his place. Amon was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Meshullemeth, the daughter of Haruz of Zobah. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, as did Manasseh his father. He walked in all the way that his father walked in, and served the idols that his father served, and worshipped them. And he forsook the Lord, the God of his fathers, and didn't walk in the way of the Lord. The servants of Ammon conspired against him, and put the king to death in his own house. But the people of the land killed all those who had conspired against King Ammon, and the people of the land made Josiah his son king in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Ammon which he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? He was buried in his tomb in the garden of Uzzah, and Josiah his son reigned in his place. Chapter 22. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Jedidah, the daughter of Adiah of Bozkah. He did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, and walked in all the way of David his father, and didn't turn aside to the right hand or to the left. It happened in the 18th year of King Josiah, that the king sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, the son of Meshullam the scribe, to the house of the Lord, saying, Go up to Hilkiah the high priest, that he may count the money which is brought into the house of the Lord, which the keepers of the threshold have gathered of the people, and let them deliver it into the hand of the workmen who have the oversight of the house of the Lord, and let them give it to the workmen who are in the house of the Lord to repair the breaches of the house, to the carpenters, and to the builders, and to the masons, for buying timber and hewn stone to repair the house. However, there was no accounting made with them of the money that was delivered into their hand, for they dealt faithfully. Hilkiah the high priest said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. Hilkiah delivered the book to Shaphan, and he read it. Shaphan the scribe came to the king, and brought the king word again, and said, Your servants have emptied out the money that was found in the house, and have delivered it into the hand of the workmen who have the oversight of the house of the Lord. Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest has delivered to me a book. Shaphan read it before the king. It happened, when the king had heard the words of the book of the law, that he tore his clothes. The king commanded Hilkiah the priest, and Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Achbor the son of Micaiah, and Shaphan the scribe, and Asaiah the king's servant, saying, Go inquire of the Lord for me, and for the people, and for all Judah, concerning the words of this book that is found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not listened to the words of this book, to do according to all which is written concerning us. So Hilkiah the priest, and Ahikam, and Achbor, and Shaphan, and Asaiah went to Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shallum the son of Tikvah the son of Harhas, keeper of the wardrobe. Now she lived in Jerusalem in the second quarter, and they talked with her. She said to them, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, Tell the man who sent you to me, Thus says the Lord, Behold, I will bring evil on this place, and on the inhabitants of it, even all the words of the book which the king of Judah has read, because they have forsaken me, and have burned incense to other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the work of their hands. Therefore my wrath shall be kindled against this place, and it shall not be quenched. But to the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, thus shall you tell him, Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, as touching the words which you have read, because your heart was tender, and you did humble yourself before the Lord, when you heard what I spoke against this place, and against the inhabitants of it, that they should become a desolation and a curse. And you have torn your clothes and have wept before me. I also have heard you, says the Lord. Therefore, behold, I will gather you to your fathers, and you shall be gathered to your grave in peace. Neither shall your eyes see all the evil which I shall bring on this place. They brought the king word again. Chapter 23. The king sent, and they gathered to him all the elders of Judah and of Jerusalem. The king went up to the house of the Lord, and all the men of Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with him, and the priests, and the prophets, and all the people, both small and great. And he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant, which was found in the house of the Lord. The king stood by the pillar, and made a covenant before the Lord, to walk after the Lord, and to keep his commandments, and his testimonies, and his statutes, with all his heart, and all his soul, to confirm the words of this covenant that were written in this book. And all the people stood to the covenant. The king commanded Hilkiah the high priest, and the priest of the second order, and the keepers of the threshold, to bring out of the temple of the Lord all the vessels that were made for Baal, and for the Asherah, and for all the host of the sky. And he burned them outside of Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron, and carried the ashes of them to Bethel. He put down the idolatrous priest, whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah, and in the places around Jerusalem. Those also who burned incense to Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the host of the sky. He brought out the Asherah from the house of the Lord, outside of Jerusalem, to the brook Kidron, and burned it at the brook Kidron, and beat it to dust, and cast the dust of it on the graves of the common people. He broke down the houses of the Sodomites that were in the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the Asherah. He brought all the priests out of the cities of Judah, and defiled the high places where the priests had burned incense, from Geba to Beersheba. And he broke down the high places of the gates that were at the entrance of the gate of Joshua, the governor of the city, which were on a man's left hand at the gate of the city. Nevertheless, the priests of the high places didn't come up to the altar of the Lord in Jerusalem, but they ate unleavened bread among their brothers. He defiled Topheth, which is in the valley of the children of Hinnom, that no man might make his son or his daughter to pass through the fire to Moloch. He took away the horses that the kings of Judah had given to the sun at the entrance of the house of the Lord, by the chamber of Nathan Melech the chamberlain. who was in the precincts, and he burned the chariots of the sun with fire. The altars that were on the roof of the upper chamber of Ahaz, which the kings of Judah had made, and the altars which Manasseh had made in the two courts of the house of the Lord, did the king break down, and beat them down from there, and cast the dust of them into the brook Kidron. The high places that were before Jerusalem, which were on the right hand of the mountain of corruption, which Solomon the king of Israel had built for Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Sidonians, and for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, and for Milcom, the abomination of the children of Ammon, did the king defile. He broke in pieces the pillars, and cut down the Asherim, and filled their places with the bones of men. Moreover, the altar that was at Bethel, and the high place which Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, had made, even that altar and high place he broke down, and he burned the high place and beat it to dust, and burned the Asherah. As Josiah turned around, he spied the tombs that were in the mountain, and he sent and took the bones out of the tombs, and burned them on the altar, and defiled it, according to the word of the Lord, which the man of God proclaimed, who proclaimed these things. Then he said, "What is the monument that I see?" The men of the city told him, "It is the tomb of the man of God who came from Judah, who proclaimed these things that you have done against the altar of Bethel." He said, "Let him alone. Let no man move his bones." So they let his bones alone, with the bones of the prophet who came out of Samaria. All the houses of the high places that were in the cities of Samaria, which the kings of Israel had made to provoke the Lord to anger, Josiah took away, and did to them according to all the acts that he had done in Bethel. He killed all the priests of the high places that were there on the altars, and burned men's bones on them, and he returned to Jerusalem. The king commanded all the people, saying, "Keep the Passover to the Lord your God, as it is written in the book of the covenant." Surely there was not kept such a Passover from the days of the judges who judged Israel, nor in all the days of the kings of Israel, nor of the kings of Judah. But in the 18th year of King Josiah was this Passover kept to the Lord in Jerusalem. Moreover, those who had familiar spirits, and the wizards, and the teraphim, and the idols, and all the abominations that were seen in the land of Judah and in Jerusalem, did Josiah put away, that he might confirm the words of the law which were written in the book that Hilkiah the priest found in the house of the Lord. There was no king like him before, who turned to the Lord with all his heart and with all his soul and with all his might, according to all the law of Moses. Neither after him arose there any king like him. Nevertheless, the Lord didn't turn from the fierceness of his great wrath, with which his anger was kindled against Judah, because of all the provocation with which Manasseh had provoked him. The Lord said, "I will remove Judah out of my sight, as I have removed Israel, and I will cast off this city which I have chosen, even Jerusalem, and the house of which I said, my name shall be there." Now the rest of the acts of Josiah and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? In his days, Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, went up against the king of Assyria to the river Euphrates, and King Josiah went against him. And Pharaoh Necho killed him at Megiddo when he had seen him. His servants carried him in a chariot dead from Megiddo, and brought him to Jerusalem, and buried him in his own tomb. The people of the land took Jehoahaz the son of Josiah, and anointed him, and made him king in his father's place. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his fathers had done. Pharaoh Necho put him in bonds at Riblah in the land of Hamath, that he might not reign in Jerusalem, and put the land under tribute of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim the son of Josiah king in the place of Josiah his father, and changed his name to Jehoiakim. But he took Jehoahaz away, and he came to Egypt and died there. Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh, but he taxed the land to give the money according to the commandment of Pharaoh. He exacted the silver and the gold of the people of the land, of everyone according to his taxation, to give it to Pharaoh Necho. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. and his mother's name was Abida, the daughter of Pedaiah of Rumah. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his fathers had done. Chapter 24. In his days, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up, and Jehoiakim became his servant 3 years. Then he turned and rebelled against him. The Lord sent against him bands of the Chaldeans, and bands of the Syrians, and bands of the Moabites, and bands of the children of Ammon, and sent them against Judah to destroy it, according to the word of the Lord, which he spoke by his servants the prophets. Surely at the commandment of the Lord did this come to Judah, to remove them out of his sight, for the sins of Manasseh, according to all that he did, and also for the innocent blood that he shed. For he filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, and the Lord would not pardon. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? So Jehoiakim slept with his fathers, and Jehoiachin his son reigned in his place. The king of Egypt didn't come out of his land any more, for the king of Babylon had taken from the brook of Egypt to the river Euphrates all that pertained to the king of Egypt. Jehoiachin was 18 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months, and his mother's name was Nehushta, the daughter of Elnathan of Jerusalem. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his father had done. At that time the servants of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up to Jerusalem, and the city was besieged. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to the city while his servants were besieging it, and Jehoiachin, the king of Judah, went out to the king of Babylon, he and his mother, and his servants, and his princes, and his officers. And the king of Babylon took him in the 8th year of his reign. He carried out all the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king's house, and cut in pieces all the vessels of gold, which Solomon king of Israel had made in the temple of the Lord, as the Lord had said. He carried away all Jerusalem, and all the princes, and all the mighty men of valor, even 10,000 captives, and all the craftsmen and the smiths. None remained, save the poorest sort of the people of the land. He carried away Jehoiachin to Babylon, and the king's mother, and the king's wives, and his officers, and the chief men of the land, he carried into captivity from Jerusalem to Babylon. All the men of might, even 7,000, and the craftsmen and the smiths 1,000, all of them strong and ready for war. Even them the king of Babylon brought captive to Babylon. The king of Babylon made Mattaniah, Jehoiachin's father's brother, king in his place, and changed his name to Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that Jehoiakim had done. The anger of the Lord was poured out in Jerusalem and Judah, until he had cast them out from his presence. Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. Chapter 25. It happened in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, in the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came, he and all his army, against Jerusalem, and encamped against it, and they built forts against it round about. So the city was besieged to the 11th year of King Zedekiah. On the 9th day of the 4th month, the famine was great in the city, so that there was no bread for the people of the land. Then a breach was made in the city, and all the men of war fled by night by the way of the gate between the 2 walls, which was by the king's garden. Now the Chaldeans were against the city round about, and the king went by the way of the Arabah. But the army of the Chaldeans pursued after the king, and overtook him in the plains of Jericho, and all his army was scattered from him. Then they took the king, and carried him up to the king of Babylon to Riblah, and they gave judgment on him. They killed the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes, and put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and bound him in fetters, and carried him to Babylon. Now in the 5th month, on the 7th day of the month, which was the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, a servant of the king of Babylon, to Jerusalem. He burnt the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem. Even every great house he burnt with fire. All the army of the Chaldeans who were with the captain of the guard broke down the walls of Jerusalem round about. The residue of the people who were left in the city, and those who fell away, who fell to the king of Babylon, and the residue of the multitude, did Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carry away captive. But the captain of the guard left of the poorest of the land to work the vineyards and fields. The pillars of brass that were in the house of the Lord, and the bases, and the brazen sea that were in the house of the Lord, did the Chaldeans break in pieces, and carried the brass of them to Babylon. The pots and the shovels, and the snuffers and the spoons, and all the vessels of brass with which they ministered they took away. The fire pans and the basins, that which was of gold in gold, and that which was of silver in silver, the captain of the guard took away. The two pillars, the one sea and the bases, which Solomon had made for the house of the Lord, the brass of all these vessels could not be measured. The height of the one pillar was 18 cubits, and a capital of brass was on it, and the height of the capital was 3 cubits, with network and pomegranates on the capital around it, all of brass. And like to these had the second pillar with networks. The captain of the guard took Sariah the chief priest, and Zephaniah the second priest, and the 3 keepers of the threshold. And out of the city he took an officer who was set over the men of war, and 5 men of those who saw the king's face, who were found in the city, and the scribe, the captain of the host, who mustered the people of the land, and 60 men of the people of the land who were found in the city. Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, took them, and brought them to the king of Babylon to Riblah. The king of Babylon struck them, and put them to death at Riblah in the land of Hamath. So Judah was carried away captive out of his land. As for the people who were left in the land of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had left, even over them he made Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, governor. Now when all the captains of the forces, they and their men, heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah governor, they came to Gedaliah to Mizpah, even Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, and Johanan, the son of Kareah, and Sariah, the son of Tahumeth, the Netophalite, and Jazaniah, the son of the Machathite, they and their men. Gedaliah swore to them and to their men, and said to them, Don't be afraid because of the servants of the Chaldeans. Live in the land, and serve the king of Babylon, and it shall be well with you. But it happened in the 7th month, that Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, the son of Elishama, of the royal seed, came with 10 men, and struck Gedaliah so that he died, and the Jews and the Chaldeans that were with him at Mizpah. All the people, both small and great, and the captains of the forces, arose and came to Egypt, for they were afraid of the Chaldeans. It happened in the 37th year of the captivity of Jehoiachin, king of Judah, in the 12th month, on the 27th day of the month, that Evil-Merodach, king of Babylon, in the year that he began to reign, did lift up the head of Jehoiachin, king of Judah, out of prison. And he spoke kindly to him, and set his throne above the throne of the kings who were with him in Babylon, and changed his prison garments. Jehoiachin ate bread before him continually all the days of his life, and for his allowance there was a continual allowance given him of the king, every day a portion, all the days of his life. Chapter 1. Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog, and Madai and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshach and Tiras. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz and Diphath and Togarmah. The sons of Javan, Elisha and Tarshish, Kittim and Rodanim. The sons of Ham, Cush and Mizraim, Put and Canaan. The sons of Cush, Seba and Havilah, and Sapta and Rama and Sabteka. The sons of Rama, Sheba and Dedan. Cush became the father of Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. Mizraim became the father of Ludum and Ananim, and Lahabim, and Nephtohim, and Pathrusim, and Casluhim, from whence came the Philistines, and Captorim. Canaan became the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. The sons of Shem, Elam, and Asher, and Arpachshad, and Lud, and Aram, and Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Meshech. Arpachshad became the father of Shelah, and Shelah became the father of Eber. To Eber were born 2 sons. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. Joktan became the father of Almodad, and Sheleph, and Hazarmatheth, and Jerah, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Diklah, and Ebal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. Shem, Arpachshad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Ru, Serach, Nahor, Terah, Abram, the same as Abraham. The sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael. These are their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, then Kedar, then Adbeel, and Mibsam, Mishma, and Duma, Masa, Hadad, and Tema, Jeter, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael. The sons of Keturah, Abraham's concubine. She bore Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. The sons of Jokshan, Sheba, and Dedan. The sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanak, and Abida, and Elda. All these were the sons of Keturah. Abraham became the father of Isaac. The sons of Isaac, Esau, and Israel. The sons of Esau, Eliphaz, Ruel, and Jeush, and Jalam, and Korah. The sons of Eliphaz, Teman, and Omar, Zephi, and Gatam, Kenaz, and Timnah, and Amalek. The sons of Ruel, Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Misa. The sons of Seir, Lotan, and Shobal, and Zibeon, and Anna, and Dishon, and Ezer, and Dishan. The sons of Lotan, Horai, and Homam, and Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal, Alian, and Manahath, and Ebal, Shephi, and Onam. The sons of Zibeon, Aiah, and Anna. The sons of Anna, Dishon. The sons of Dishon, Amran, and Eshban, and Ithran, and Cheran. The sons of Ezer, Bilhan, and Zavan, Jachan. The sons of Dishan, Uz, and Aran. Now these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. Bela, the son of Beor, and the name of his city was Dinhaba. Bela died, and Jobab, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned in his place. Jobab died, and Husham of the land of the Timonites reigned in his place. Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who struck Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his place, and the name of his city was Avith. Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his place. Samlah died, and Shaul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his place. Shaul died, and Baal-Hanan, the son of Akbor, reigned in his place. Baal-Hanan died, and Hadad reigned in his place. And the name of his city was Pai, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. Hadad died. The chiefs of Edom were Chief Timnah, Chief Eliah, Chief Jetheth, Chief Haholibamah, Chief Elah, Chief Pinon, Chief Kenaz, Chief Teman, Chief Mibzar, Chief Magdiel, Chief Imran. These are the chiefs of Edom. Chapter 2. These are the sons of Israel: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar and Zebulun, Dan, Joseph, and Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. The sons of Judah, Ir, and Onan, and Shelah, which 3 were born to him of Shua's daughter, the Canaanitess. Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and he killed him. Tamar, his daughter-in-law, bore him Perez and Zerah. All the sons of Judah were 5. The sons of Perez, Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Zerah, Zimri and Ethan, and Heman and Calcol and Dara, 5 of them in all. The sons of Carmi, Achar, the troubler of Israel, who committed a trespass in the devoted thing. The sons of Ethan, Azariah. The sons also of Hezron, who were born to him, Jeramiel, and Ram, and Jelibai. Ram became the father of Aminadab, and Aminadab became the father of Nashon, the prince of the children of Judah. And Nashon became the father of Salma, and Salma became the father of Boaz, and Boaz became the father of Obed, and Obed became the father of Jesse, and Jesse became the father of his firstborn, Eliab, and Abinadab the second, and Shemaiah the third, Nethanel the fourth, Radai the fifth, Ozam the sixth, David the seventh, and their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail. The sons of Zeruiah, Abishai and Joab and Asahel, 3. Abigail bore Amasa, and the father of Amasa was Jether the Ishmaelite. Caleb the son of Hezron became the father of children with Azubah his wife, and of Jerioth, and these were her sons, Jesher and Shobab and Arvan. Azubah died, and Caleb took to him Ephrath, who bore him Hur. Hur became the father of Uri, and Uri became the father of Bezalel. Afterward, Hezron went into the daughter of Machir, the father of Gilead, whom he took as a wife when he was 60 years old, and she bore him Segub. Segub became the father of Jair, who had 23 cities in the land of Gilead. Gesher and Aram took the towns of Jair from them, with Kenath and his villages, even 60 cities. All these were the sons of Machir, the father of Gilead. After that Hezron was dead, and Caleb Ephrathah, then Abijah, Hezron's wife, bore him Asher, the father of Tekoa. The sons of Jeramiel, the firstborn of Hezron, were Ram, the firstborn, and Bunah, and Oren, and Ozam, and Ahijah. Jeramiel had another wife, whose name was Akada. She was the mother of Onam. The sons of Ram, the firstborn of Jeramiel, were Maaz, and Jamin, and Eker. The sons of Onam were Shammai and Jada. The sons of Shammai, Nadab and Abishur. The name of the wife of Abishur was Abihail, and she bore him Aban and Molid. The sons of Nadab, Selab and Abaim, but Seled died without children. The sons of Abaim, Ishai. The sons of Ishai, Shishan. The sons of Shishan, Alai. The sons of Jada, the brother of Shammai, Jether and Jonathan, and Jether died without children. The sons of Jonathan, Peleth and Zaza. These were the sons of Jeramiel. Now Sheshan had no sons, but daughters. Sheshan had a servant, an Egyptian, whose name was Jarha. Sheshan gave his daughter to Jarha, his servant, as a wife, and she bore him Attai. Attai became the father of Nathan, and Nathan became the father of Zabad, and Zabad became the father of Ephlal, and Ephlal became the father of Obed, and Obed became the father of Jehu, and Jehu became the father of Azariah, and Azariah became the father of Helez, and Helez became the father of Eliashah, and Eliashah became the father of Sismai, and Sismai became the father of Shalom, and Shalom became the father of Jechamiah, and Jechamiah became the father of Elishama. The sons of Caleb, the brother of Jeramiel, were Misha, his firstborn, who was the father of Ziph, and the sons of Marisha, the father of Hebron. The sons of Hebron, Korah, and Tapua, and Rechem, and Shema. Shema became the father of Raham, the father of Jorkiam, and Rechem became the father of Shammai. The son of Shammai was Maon, and Maon was the father of Besur. Ephah, Caleb's concubine, bore Haran and Moza and Gazez, and Haran became the father of Gazez. The sons of Gadai, Regem and Jotham and Geshem and Pelet and Ephah and Shap. Maacah, Caleb's concubine, bore Sheber and Tirhana. She also bore Shaph, the father of Madmenah, Sheba, the father of Machbenah, and the father of Gibeah. And the daughter of Caleb was Aksah.
And at the time, my daughter-in-law
Is it well with the child? She answered, God has come here. The priest consented that they should take no more money from the people, neither repair the breaches of the house. But Jehoiada the priest took a chest and bore a hole in the lid of it, and said, "Go to your herd that you should fall. Ahaz slept with his father, and destroy it." Words of this book, that evil man. of Assyria appointed to Hezekiah king of Judah 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the house of the Lord and in the treasures of the king's house. At that time Hezekiah cut off the gold from the doors of the temple of the Lord and from the pillars which Hezekiah king of Judah had overlaid, and he gave it to the king of Assyria. The king of Judah for Israel. Aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? Jeroboam slept with his fathers, even with the kings of Israel, and Zechariah his son reigned in his place. Chapter 15. In the 27th year of Jeroboam king of Israel, Azariah the son of Amaziah king of Judah began to reign. He was 16 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Jechaliah of Jerusalem. He did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that his father Amaziah had done. However, the high places were not taken away. People still sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places. The Lord struck the king so that he was a leper to the day of his death and lived in a separate house. Jotham, the king's son, was over the household, judging the people of the land. Now the rest of the acts of Azariah and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? Azariah slept with his fathers. They buried him with his fathers in David, and Jotham his son reigned in his place. In the 38th year of Azariah king of Judah, did Zechariah the son of Jeroboam reign over Israel in Samaria 6 months. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, as his fathers had done. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. Shallum, the son of Jabesh, conspired against him, and struck him before the people, and killed him, and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Zechariah, behold, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? This was the word of the Lord which he spoke to Jehu, saying, Your sons to the 4th generation shall sit on the throne of Israel. So it came to pass. Shallum, the son of Jabesh, began to reign in the 39th year of Uzziah, king of Judah, and he reigned the space of a month in Samaria. Menahem, the son of Gadai, went up from Tirzah, and came to Samaria, and struck Shallum, the son of Jabesh, in Samaria, and killed him, and reigned in his place. And the rest of the acts of Shallum, and his conspiracy which he made, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel. Then Menahem struck Tirzah, and all who were in it, and the borders of it, from Tirzah, because they didn't open to him. Therefore he struck it, and all the women therein with child he ripped up. In the 39th year of Azariah king of Judah began Menahem the son of Gadai to reign over Israel, and he reigned 10 years in Samaria. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't depart all his days from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. There came against the land Pul, the king of Assyria, and Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver, that his hand might be with him to confirm the kingdom in his hand. Menahem exacted the money of Israel, even of all the mighty men of wealth, of each man 50 shekels of silver, to give to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria turned back and didn't stay there in the land. Now the rest of the acts of Menahem and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? Menahem slept with his fathers, and Pekahiah his son reigned in his place. In the 50th year of Azariah king of Judah, Pekahiah the son of Menahem began to reign over Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 2 years. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. Pekah the son of Remaliah his captain conspired against him, and struck him in Samaria, in the castle of the king's house, with Argob and Uriah. With him were 50 men of the Hittites, and he killed him, and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Pekahiah, and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. In the 52nd year of Azariah king of Judah, Pekah the son of Remaliah began to reign over Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 20 years. He did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't depart from the sins of Jeroboam son of Nebat, with which he made Israel to sin. In the days of Pekah king of Israel, came Tiglath-Pileser king of Assyria, and took Ashan, and Abel Beth-Maachah, and Genoa, and Kadesh, for Gilead and Galilee, all the land of Naphtali, and he carried them captive to Assyria. Hoshea the son of He conspiracy against Pekah the son of Remaliah, and struck him and killed him, and reigned in his place in the 20th year of Jotham the son of Uzziah. Now the rest of the acts of Pekah, and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. In the 2nd year of Pekah the son of Remaliah king of Israel, and Jotham the son of Solomon began to reign 18 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jerusalem. Uzziah had done. However, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and burned. He built the upper gate of the Lord's house. Now the rest of the acts of Jotham and all that he did, aren't they written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? In those days the Lord began to sin against Judah, Rezin the king of Syria, and Pekah the son of Remaliah. Jotham slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David his father, and Ahaz his son reigned in his place. Chapter 16. In the 17th year of Pekah the son of Remaliah, Ahaz the son of Jotham king of Judah began to reign. He was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And he didn't do that which was right in the eyes of the Lord his God, like David his father. But he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, yes, and made his son to pass through the fire, according to the abominations of the nations, whom the Lord cast out from before the children of Israel. He sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places, and on the hills, and under every green tree. Then Rezin, king of Syria, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, came up to Jerusalem to make war, and they besieged Ahaz, but could not overcome him. At that time Rezin, king of Syria, recovered Elath to Syria, and drove the Jews from Elath, and the Syrians came to Elath and lived there to this day. So Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, saying, I am your servant and your son. Come up and save me out of the hand of the king of Syria, and out of the hand of the king of Israel, who rise up against me. Ahaz took the silver and gold that were found in the house of the Lord, and in the treasures of the king's house, and sent it for a present to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria listened to him, and the king of Assyria went up against Damascus, and took it, and carried the people of it captive to Kir, and killed Rezin. King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, and saw the altar that was at Damascus. And King Ahaz sent to Arijah the priest the manner of the altar and the pattern of it, according to all the workmanship of it. Arijah the priest built an altar, according to all that King Ahaz had sent from Damascus. So did Arijah the priest make it against the coming of Ahaz from Damascus. When the king had come from Damascus, the king saw the altar, and the king drew near to the altar and made offerings on it. He burnt his burnt offering and his meal offering, and poured his drink offering, and sprinkled the blood of his peace offerings on the altar. The brazen altar which was before the Lord, he brought from the forefront of the house from between his altar. Elisha said,
Each month, till about 3 days.
Father,
So that's what the technology does. It's knock you out. That's mine. It's somewhere else now. So I didn't get much sleep then, did I? Wow, my head's so hurting. The radio in my stomach as well. So I'm gonna stop this stream and play some audio in the background to try and get some sleep. I'll keep this stream in, and then just whatever you hear is not. It's just like a robot voice meant to be sleeping. See me is affecting the sun. Just gonna check. I'm gonna listen to Bible on the headphones. Doing like it is.
For 19 long freaking years.
I just wanted to cut a real quick video to say thank you to everybody that donated. You made
They got fake, very fake people begging for cash, donate, to keep their lifestyles going. Demonic times. People are homeless and starving. You get common individuals out there on cash out and good gosh. So what? I struggle like everybody else paying that stuff you can pay for. And you go begging, and this is evil spirits in people sometimes. Oh, I can have to pay my rent, internet bill, food, medicine, groceries. People haven't got jobs themselves. Good gracious me. And people fall for what he says.
your difference in my life by donating. Gotta plug my internet back in.
Well, that's in America, I can't say, but I'm not here to judge. Jesus Christ, Heavenly Father, died upon the cross to save humanity. This guy's going to answer to him when the time is up.
I was able to get gas so I could go to work today. I've got enough gas to get me through the week, and able to buy a few groceries and able to buy a prescription. It would have turned it into 12 grand. I took half that money, which is about $900. I gave half it to my grandmother, who helped put me through nursing school, and I kept the other half for myself. And that's what I did. But had I won that, I wouldn't be a targeted individual right now. It would have totally changed the path that I was on. It would have totally, I don't want to get in.
You hear that? A grandmother, when you're definitely targeted individual, you don't have any contact with any family. They make sure that any ties, they isolate you completely. And it's so false as an individual.
Up, and I can't get it to do that. So I'm gonna have to go to work in the morning dressed really warm because it's gonna be cool. I couldn't get my window to roll up, and when I came home, before I left home this morning, I turned.
This individual is able-bodied, fit and healthy. And there's so many people out there starving and homeless. And you don't know what it's like. Oh my goodness.
My fan off, your box fan, I turned it off, and I'm like, what's wrong with this thing? And I turned it back on, it wouldn't come on. So I had.
All he does is talk. Every video, there's beg for donations. There's no real evidence of what I'm going through, many people like me are going through. Nothing.
Come over here to my table and take it apart and lube it up, and clean it up to get it back working, because I cannot go to bed without a fan. So we got 6 people, 2 more people can hit that thumbs up. I'm a targeted individual, but I can tell you this: if I were to win the lottery today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, whenever, there's 3 things I would do. Number 1, I would create a place for homeless people to come get their lives together, because I've talked to.
It's all talk, there's no evidence. The psychological tactics he's using.
A lot of homeless people, and I see homeless people all the time. When I got money, I donate to them, I help them out. I even take
It's all talk. None of his channel shows the evidence. He's making income out of YouTube. And that's all he cares about as well. Perhaps he's using platforms. Thumbnails he's using on his videos.
It is okay to be so stressed and overwhelmed that you feel like you need to talk to someone about it.
He's such a crook. Monetizes his videos as well. And they're begging for people who haven't got it in the first place. PayPal me. Or donate. Good Lord.
Is it stalking? Yeah. And then there were other signs and symptoms, but then Snowden comes out. Edward Snowden comes out in 2013 with all the documents and all of that. Yeah. That the NSA basically taps into all emails, all just everything that crosses the pipeline of the internet. They plug right into the pipeline, and they have it all. They don't have to decrypt it. They have backdoors given to them by all the big tech companies. What did that do for your understanding when that all came out? How did that, or maybe you and other people, because you actually have a big, YouTube channel and all that, so you don't speak for just yourself, but I'm sure you get hundreds of comments.
How did he get that on his channel? Was he mates with him or something? Sent to TV. Deception, I tell you.
YouTube channel and all that, so you don't speak for just yourself, but I'm sure you get hundreds of comments and all of that. Well, what Snowden basically did, he really didn't expose the program. He exposed what our country is doing, which is collecting a lot of data on everyone. They've got more data than they can even sift through, and this is said by Snowden and by former FBI, I think it was, or former NSA, William Binney, and they're using this information somehow or another, to collect on everybody. So at one point, maybe they can get an AI to, figure out what people may or may not do, who are good candidates for a mind control thing like this gang stalking is. But Snowden, he definitely let us know that there's a lot going on. And at least the machinery of the data collection. Yeah. Right. Okay. So then you talk about this period. Now I have a good rough timeline with which we can work through. So at the beginning of this, when this first kicked off, what kind of things happened that you would characterize as the stalking? Because stalking can presumably take many forms, but what actually happened? How did you catch one? Stalking is not really a good term to use in this. It's really more or less sabotage. When this began, it began before I even knew it began, because one of the things that they do before they start, honing in on you and doing all these crazy things to you is they do a profile. It's like if you've got the FBI that's got some guy under surveillance, they will send a guy out to that guy's home
and like have a garbage truck that looks like the local garbage truck, and the guys will have uniforms on that kind of matches the uniforms of the local garbage truck. And on trash day, they will send that truck out going down that block, and they'll pick up that target.
The ability of the gang stalking is to make it appear that everyone is involved and everyone hates you, and in the sense that all started at once. One day and everything is fine. You don't have shite going on the net because it's this individual rights. Yeah, you need to look back at this to see why you've done this. Remote monitoring. Interesting.
It's that suspected criminal. They'll pick up his trash and maybe pick up a few more people's trash, and then they'll light out. They'll go back to headquarters, and then they'll don masks, gloves, respirators, and everything, and they will pick apart the target's trash, looking for DNA, looking for things that can help profile them, like prescription bottles, your bills,
anything that might be in your trash.
We just go through everything, and that's a way to profile someone to get a broader picture.
They don't need that. The technology is too advanced. I'll listen to that. Oh, he wears red, bright, bold red in his videos too. Over you know. No, there's no evidence of this. What you genuine people are going through. Just been making income out of people. When he started 5 years ago, first video had 121K videos. Yeah, look at that.
With the psychology combined, they can target areas of the brain, conditioned response, and things like that to sensitize
Every video has a PayPal link.
you to make you flip out and, mentally implode. Like I said, long before the gang stalking started, someone selected you as a target. Probably somebody in your life that fucking hates you, doesn't like you at all, and they want to cause you as most emotional grief as possible. These are not conflict resolution types of people. They're not people who follow social norms. These tend to be people with personality disorders or sociopaths, and most importantly, people that are narcissistic. I'm not going to explain all that stuff. It's all done by fucking hanged or shot in the fucking head. But that was my daughter, which is totally fucking fictitious, hog fucking wash quackery. But I've watched at least 3 programs where a guy would be tricked and manipulated by his new spouse or girlfriend or whatever, and she would tell them that my ex, he was a fucking pedophile, he molested my daughter, whatnot. And guess what? Every one of these stupid fucking Joes would go out and kill the ex-spouse, and it would come out in court that the guy never touched his daughter or touched anybody. He was never even suspect for it. They would, the police would go through stuff like that. They went through my done.
Okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. It's just third-party false information. Right. Trying you at sea. I'd say 50 March 2023. I think it's 2025. Bloody charger. Ouch. Oh, oh. I'm getting happy with food. But what the hell did you want me over?
Did you know about the visit? I'm not probably. I just wanted to make sure it's safe. You okay? Move out the way. Okay.
Funny enough, just simple question. I just wonder, I heard something on the news. I thought I'll ask him. Yeah. Wow. All last week. So productive, turning negative to productive sometimes. Well, you can't please that work out. It's just like, it's just hard, it's weird. I want me to be negative all day. Mm. 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 Hmm. Mm. 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 Mm.
They came to get a lot